Welcome to MrDantello, a scary stories channel for peaceful nights. This video features long ghosts and haunted places stories meant to ease you into sleep. If you enjoy the stories, like, subscribe, and comment your location below. Get comfortable. Story 1. The cemetery caretaker said never read the names out loud. I didn't listen. I rented a cheap room in an abandoned house 3 miles from Blackthorn Cemetery because the rent was $150 a month, and the landlord, a wiry, chain-smoking man named Ed, barely glanced at my ID before handing over the key. "Just don't go near the cemetery after dusk," he said, his voice low, eyes fixed on the horizon where the trees formed a jagged silhouette against the sinking sun. "And whatever you do, don't read the names out loud, not even once." I laughed it off. Superstition, I figured. Rural folklore. The kind of thing people say to spook city folk who think rural decay is aesthetic. I'd spent the last 6 months chasing abandoned places, derelict asylums in West Virginia, rusted fairgrounds in Ohio, a collapsed coal mine shaft in Pennsylvania. So a decrepit Victorian farmhouse bordering a graveyard felt less like a warning and more like a personal invitation. The house itself was a sagging monstrosity of peeling white clapboard, black shutters hanging crooked like broken teeth, and a wraparound porch whose floorboards groaned underfoot as if in pain. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of mildew, old wood rot, and something faintly sweet, like dried flowers left too long in a sealed jar. There was no electricity, but Ed had rigged a car battery to a couple of LED lanterns in the kitchen and bedroom. Running water came from a hand pump in the yard, its iron handle slick with rust. My room was on the second floor, directly above the parlor, with a single window that faced east, away from the cemetery, Ed had assured me. But the truth is, I could feel it. Even before I saw it, I knew where Blackthorn lay. A quiet pressure in my chest, a faint hum in my ears at night, like distant chanting just below the threshold of hearing. I moved in on a Tuesday. By Thursday, I'd settled into a rhythm. Right during the day, explore the property at dusk. Sleep with the lantern dimmed and the door latched, though the lock was broken and the latch clicked hollowly. More suggestion than barrier. The first odd thing happened on Friday. I was walking the property line near the back fence, which sagged and leaned inward where the posts had rotted, when I saw it. The cemetery, not from the front gate, which was chained and padlocked with a rusted sign that read Blackthorn Memorial. Est. 1842. Private property, no trespassing, but from a gap in the trees where the fence had collapsed entirely. A narrow footpath, overgrown with nettles and wild thyme, led straight through the underbrush and opened onto a sea of tilted headstones, obelisks, and crumbling mausoleums shrouded in ivy. It wasn't large, maybe 3 acres, but it felt dense, like time had pooled there and thickened. The air changed the moment I stepped past the tree line, cooler, heavier, still no birds, no insects, just silence, so complete it pressed against my eardrums. I didn't go in, not yet. I just stood at the edge, hands in my pockets, staring. Most of the stones were slate or granite, worn smooth by rain and decades of neglect. Names had faded, dates blurred into illegible smudges, but some, especially the newer ones, mid-20th century, were still clear. One caught my eye, a small marble marker, unadorned except for a single inscription carved in neat, precise script. Eleanor Voss, beloved sister, 1919, 1937. She listened too closely. I frowned. She listened too closely. An odd epitaph. Poetic, unsettling. I crouched, brushing away moss with my thumb. The stone was cold, even through my glove. And then, without thinking, just a reflex, the way you might test a word on your tongue, I whispered it. Eleanor Voss. The air didn't move, but something shifted. A pressure behind my eyes, sudden and sharp, like a migraine spike. I blinked, stood quickly, looked around. Nothing. Just the stones, the trees, the slanting afternoon light casting long skeletal shadows across the ground. I walked back to the house, uneasy but dismissive. Coincidence? Stress? Low blood sugar? I made tea on the propane camp stove, wrote 2 pages of my novel, and went to bed by 9. That night, I woke at 2:17 a.m., not to an alarm, not to noise, to stillness, the kind that feels like a held breath. The lantern had dimmed to a faint amber glow. Moonlight bled through the thin curtains, striping the floorboards in pale light. And there, at the foot of my bed, a shape, not a person, not quite. A silhouette, indistinct at first, like smoke given weight. Taller than a man, but thin, too thin, its shoulders hunched forward as if bearing an invisible burden. It didn't move, didn't breathe, just stood, watching. I didn't scream, couldn't. My throat had sealed shut. My limbs were lead. Only my eyes worked, darting from the shape to the door to the window, back to the shape. Then it tilted its head, a slow, deliberate motion, too smooth, too jointless. And in that moment, I heard it, not with my ears, but inside my skull, like a voice rising from the base of my spine. "You called." I squeezed my eyes shut. Not real, not real. Sleep paralysis. Hypnagogic hallucination. I'd read about it. Common in isolated environments, stress-induced. I counted backward from 100, forcing my breath steady. When I opened my eyes, the shape was gone. The lantern flickered once, then stabilized. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I walked back to the cemetery. I told myself I needed to understand. That rational inquiry dispelled fear, that I owed it to my craft, to horror writing, to investigate the source of the unease. But the truth? I was drawn, like iron to a magnet, like a tongue to a cracked tooth. This time, I went in. The path through the graves was uneven, sunken in places where coffins had collapsed beneath the soil. Weeds choked the alleys between family plots. Many stones were cracked, some split clean in two by roots or frost heave. Others leaned at drunken angles as if trying to flee. I moved slowly, deliberately, scanning inscriptions. Jonathan H. Pike, 1883 to 1901. Rest in peace. Martha and Thomas Bellwether, together beyond the veil. Infant son of A&E Crow, 1899. Nothing unusual, just the usual melancholy of forgotten lives. Then I saw it again. Eleanor Voss's marker. It hadn't moved, but the moss I'd brushed away the day before was back, thick, velvety green, as if it had regrown overnight, and beside it a fresh patch of disturbed earth. Not a grave, too small, too shallow, just a depression, maybe 6 inches deep and a foot wide, filled with dark, damp soil. No footprints, no tool marks, just an indentation, as though something had pressed itself into the ground and then risen. I knelt, touched the soil, cold, wet, and beneath the scent of loam, something else, metallic, like old pennies, like copper left in vinegar. "You're back." I jerked upright. An old man stood 10 feet away, leaning on a gnarled hickory cane. He wore faded overalls over a flannel shirt, a battered tweed cap pulled low over wire-rimmed glasses. His face was a roadmap of wrinkles, his eyes pale blue and unnervingly sharp. "The caretaker," I said, rising slowly. "Clarence," he said. His voice was dry, rasping like pages turning in a long locked book. "I tend Blackthorn, 43 years, come all saints." He didn't offer a hand, didn't smile, just stared at me with the weary patience of a man who'd seen too many fools make the same mistake. "I'm just looking," I said, gesturing vaguely. "Writing a book, local history." He grunted. "History's buried here, best left buried." His gaze flicked to Eleanor Stone. "You read her name." It wasn't a question. I just said it, once, out loud. Clarence's jaw tightened. He took a step forward, his boot sinking slightly into the soft earth. "Names have weight, son, especially here, especially hers." "Why? What's so special about—" "Don't," he cut in, sharp as a whip. "Don't say it again. Don't even think it too loudly." He looked around, as if expecting the trees themselves to lean in and listen. "Blackthorn ain't like other places. Ground's thin here, veils worn, and some of the dead, they don't rest. They listen. They wait for voices, for names, for invitation." I almost laughed. Almost. But the raw conviction in his voice, the way his knuckles whitened on the cane, stopped me. "Eleanor Voss," I said, quieter this time. Testing. Clarence flinched as if struck. His breath hitched. "God damn it." He raised a trembling hand to his temple. "You've done it now." "Done what?" "She's awake." He turned and walked away, cane tapping unevenly on the flagstone path, without another word. I watched him until he disappeared behind a mausoleum draped in ivy, its iron door hanging open like a slack jaw. I left quickly, but not before I noticed something new on Eleanor's stone. The epitaph had changed. Where it once read, "She listened too closely," the letters had shifted, subtly, imperceptibly to the untrained eye. But I saw it. The L in listened was now a C. The second O in closely was deeper, darker. It now read, "She called too closely." That night, the knocking started, not on the door, on the window. 3 soft taps, pause. 3 more, like someone testing the glass, politely asking to be let in. I lay rigid in bed, blanket pulled to my chin, staring at the window. The curtains were drawn, but moonlight still seeped through the thin fabric, casting the room into shades of gray and silver. The knocking came again. Tap, 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 tap. Steady, patient. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then a whisper, faint, sibilant, barely audible, over the blood roaring in my ears. "Let me in." Not Eleanor's voice, not any voice I recognized. It was layered, multiple tones overlapping like a chorus of dry leaves skittering across stone. Feminine, but fractured, young, but ancient. I squeezed my eyes shut. Go away. Silence for 10 seconds, 20, then scritch. A fingernail, long, sharp, dragging slowly down the glass. I bolted upright, fumbling for the lantern switch. Light flooded the room. The window was empty. But on the sill, just beneath the latch, 3 parallel scratches marred the paint. Deep, fresh, and smeared with something dark and viscous that caught the light like wet ink. I spent the next day in town buying supplies I didn't need, bottled water, canned soup, extra batteries, just to be away from the house. I avoided the cemetery lane, avoided looking toward the trees. But as I drove back down the dirt road at dusk, headlights cutting through the violet gloom, I saw him, Clarence, standing in the middle of the road, cane planted firmly, face grim. I slowed to a stop. He approached the passenger window, his breath fogging the glass. He didn't speak until I rolled it down. "You hear her yet?" he asked. I swallowed. "Last night. At the window." He nodded, as if confirming a diagnosis. "She's close, getting stronger." He leaned in, his voice dropping to a thread. "You've got one chance. Tonight, midnight. Go to her stone. Dig where the earth is soft. Bury something of yours, hair, a fingernail, a drop of blood, without speaking her name. Then walk backward out of the cemetery. Don't look back. Don't stop. If you do it right, she might let you go. And if I don't?" His eyes held mine. "Then she'll keep calling and calling and calling until you answer." I didn't dig that night. I couldn't bring myself to do it. Not the blood, not the hair, not the silent ritual. It felt like surrender, like admitting the rules were real. Instead, I barred the bedroom door with a chair, taped the window shut, lit 3 lanterns, sat on the bed with my back against the wall, a hunting knife from the kitchen drawer gripped in my sweating palm. Midnight passed. 12:30, 1 hours, silence. Maybe Clarence was wrong. Maybe it was just stress. Maybe thump from the attic. A heavy, wet sound like a sack of meat dropped onto floorboards. Then footsteps, slow, dragging, coming down the stairs. Thump, drag, thump, drag. Stopping outside my door. The doorknob turned. It shouldn't have. The chair was braced hard against it, but the knob rotated anyway, smoothly, deliberately, until it clicked against the latch. A pause. Then a voice so close it felt like lips brushing my ear. "You called me, James?" I hadn't told anyone my name. Not Ed, not Clarence, only my driver's license, and that was in my wallet on the dresser. "Open the door," the voice murmured. "I just want to thank you." I pressed myself into the corner, knife raised, breath ragged. The chair screeched, not from force, from inside the room. It slid backward, inch by inch, as if pulled by invisible hands, until a door swung open with a soft creak. She stood there, Eleanor, not a ghost, not smoke, a body, tall, gaunt, dressed in a tattered white nightgown, yellowed with age, the hem dark with soil. Her hair was long, black, matted with roots and grave mold. Her skin was the color of old parchment, gray stretched tight over sharp bones, but her eyes were wide, dark, wet, and fixed on me with terrifying focus. Her lips parted. "Thank you," she whispered, and then she stepped inside. The door swung shut behind her. No wind, no draft, just closure. I raised the knife. She didn't flinch. "You don't need that," she said, tilting her head, the same motion as the shape in my room. "I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to stay." She took another step. The lanterns dimmed, not flickered, dimmed, as if the light itself were being absorbed by her presence. "I've been so lonely," she continued, her voice weaving between sorrow and hunger. "No one visits, no one speaks. The others, they sleep, but I listen, I wait. And when I heard you, your voice, so warm, so alive, I knew you'd understand." "I don't understand anything," I choked out. "You will." She smiled. It didn't reach her eyes. "You'll learn to listen, too." She raised a hand, long fingers ending in blackened nails, and reached for my face. I slashed with the knife. It passed through her wrist like smoke, no resistance, no blood, but she flinched. A ripple went through her form like water disturbed. For a split second, her face changed. Mouth stretching too wide, eyes blackening fully, skin cracking like dried clay, and from her throat came a sound, a chorus of screams, layered, overlapping, coming from a dozen throats at once. Then she was still again, sad. "You hurt me," she whispered, and the lanterns went out. Darkness, cold, not the chill of night, but the deep, marrow, freezing cold of earth, 3 feet down. I scrambled backward on the bed, hitting the wall. She was on me before I could scream. Her hands, solid now, icy and strong, gripped my wrists. Her breath smelled of damp soil and iron. Her weight pressed me down, not heavy, but inescapable, like the crush of deep water. "Shh," she breathed into my ear. "Don't fight. It's easier if you don't fight." I thrashed, kicked, twisted, useless. Her mouth opened, not to bite, but to speak. And she began to recite, not words, names, dozens, hundreds, a torrent of them whispered rapidly, urgently, each one punctuated by a shudder in her frame. Abigail Crane, Silas Morrow, Lillian Pike, Jeremiah Crow, Thomas Bellwether, Martha Bellwether, Eleanor Voss. She paused. Her eyes met mine. James Alden. My name, spoken in that same layered choral voice, and something shifted inside me. A door opened, not in the room, in my head. A flood of sound rushed in, whispers, weeping, laughter, chanting, sobbing, all converging, all calling, all hungry. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it didn't help. The noise wasn't external. It was inside, vibrating in my teeth, my bones, my blood. She leaned closer. "Now you hear them too," she whispered. "Now you're one of us." Her mouth pressed against my temple, not a kiss, a seal, and the world went silent, not peaceful. Waiting. I don't know how long I lay there. When I opened my eyes, she was gone. The room was empty. The lanterns were on again, burning steady. The door was closed. The chair was back in place. No scratches on the window. No soil on the sill. I sat up. My hands trembled. I reached for the water bottle on the nightstand. Stopped. My reflection in the glass wasn't mine. For just a second, just a flicker, the face staring back was hers. Pale, hungry, smiling. I dropped the bottle. It rolled under the bed. I didn't pick it up. I spent the next 3 days in the house, not sleeping, barely eating, jumping at every creak, every sigh of wind. But nothing happened. No knocks, no whispers, no shapes in the corner. Maybe it was over. Maybe she'd taken what she wanted and left. On the 4th night, I dreamed, not a nightmare, a memory, not mine, hers. I stood in a small white-walled room, 1930s wallpaper peeling at the seams, a narrow bed, a porcelain basin on a stand. A girl, 16 or 17, sat on the edge of the bed, her hands folded in her lap. Eleanor. She was listening, not to music, not to voices, to the silence between heartbeats, to the hum of the earth, to the voices in the walls. Her mother called from downstairs. "Eleanor, supper's ready." She didn't answer. She couldn't, because she'd heard it. The name, spoken by a neighbor at the fence, just loud enough to carry on the wind. Martha Bellwether passed last night, buried at Blackthorn at dawn. And Eleanor had whispered it back just once. Martha Bellwether. That night, Martha came to her window, not angry, grateful. "You heard me," she'd said, and she'd taken Eleanor's hand and led her into the dark. The dream ended with Eleanor standing at her own grave, freshly dug, watching her family lower the casket, empty, into the ground. She wasn't inside it. She was standing beside it, smiling, free. I woke at 3:33 a.m. The house was quiet, too quiet. No wind, no owls, no crickets, just listening? I got up, walked to the window, drew back the curtain. The cemetery lay bathed in moonlight, and every single headstone, hundreds of them, was turned to face my house. Not tilted, rotated, as if someone had walked among them in the night and turned each one, carefully, deliberately, so their inscriptions faced east, toward me, toward my window, toward my name. I didn't run. I didn't scream. I just stood there, hands pressed to the cold glass, and realized the truth. Clarence was wrong. It wasn't about burying something of mine. It was about giving something, my voice, my attention, my name. And I'd already given it. I hear them all now. Not just Eleanor, all of them, Abigail, Silas, Lillian, Jeremiah. They whisper at dusk. They hum in the walls. They wait for me to speak, to acknowledge, so they can step through. Last night, I found a new marker at the edge of the cemetery, freshly placed, granite, polished, no dates, just 2 lines. James Alden. He listened too closely. I haven't touched it, haven't read it aloud, but sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, when the house holds its breath and the lanterns dim on their own, I catch myself moving my lips, forming the words, and I wonder, when I finally say them out loud, will I join them? Or will they finally come here to stay? That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. Someone keeps leaving wet footprints beside my bed on the 2nd floor. The house stood alone on the cliff edge, a hulking silhouette of weathered gray shingles and sagging porches against the perpetually stormy sky of the Pacific Northwest. Seabreeze Cottage, the listing had called it, a name dripping with ironic cheerfulness. The photos showed a cozy, if rustic, 2-bedroom perched dramatically above the churning gray waters of the Salish Sea. The price was shockingly low for the location. Owner relocating urgently, the note said. Desperation, my own kind, fueled by a toxic breakup and the suffocating confines of my old city apartment, overruled the usual caution. My savings, bolstered by a small inheritance I've been saving for something better, felt like a shield. I could afford this isolation. I needed it to heal, to breathe, to forget. Mrs. Gable, the owner, met me on the rain-slicked gravel drive. She was a woman carved from the same gnarled wood as the driftwood littering the beach below, small, wiry, with eyes the color of the sea on a cloudy day, sharp and assessing. She handed me the keys without a word, her gaze fixed on the 2nd floor window above the porch. "Back door sticks," she rasped, her voice like stones grinding together. "Well, water's brackish. Use bottled for drinking. Don't go in the attic. Roof's unstable." She turned to leave, then paused, her eyes finally meeting mine. "And the beach. Stay off it after dark. The tide. It's hungry." Before I could ask what she meant, she was gone, her ancient pickup vanishing down the muddy track in a spray of gravel. The inside smelled of salt, damp wool, and wood smoke, a comforting, if slightly stale blend. The ground floor was functional, a small kitchen with a temperamental stove, a living room dominated by a stone fireplace blackened with soot, and a narrow staircase leading up. My bedroom was at the front, the one with the view of the endless, restless ocean. It was small, dominated by a heavy iron bedstead with a sagging mattress. The air was colder here, carrying the constant low roar of the surf, and the smell, beneath the salt and wood smoke, There was a faint, persistent tang of brine like seaweed left to rot in the sun. I unpacked slowly, the crash of waves a constant rhythmic counterpoint to my thoughts. The silence, when the wind dropped, was profound, but it never felt empty. It felt occupied. The first morning, I woke to the weak gray light filtering through the thin curtains, and to the footprints. They were right beside the bed, on the worn, faded rug, not on the wooden floor, but clearly imprinted on the rug. Small, bare feet, and unmistakably wet. Not just damp, deeply saturated, leaving dark spreading stains on the pale fabric, the edges beaded with moisture that hadn't yet evaporated. The prints were close together, as if whoever made them had been standing very still, perhaps looking down at me while I slept. My heart slammed against my ribs. I scrambled out of bed, backing away. Impossible. The house was miles from any neighbor. Mrs. Gable was gone. The only entrance was the front and back doors downstairs, both locked from the inside. And this was the second floor. How? Raccoons? I'd heard them in the walls sometimes, but raccoons didn't leave distinct human-like footprints. And they certainly didn't climb 2 flights of stairs just to stand silently beside my bed and get the rug wet. I told myself it was a nightmare, a trick of the light on a damp rug. Maybe I'd tracked in seawater unknowingly. But I hadn't been to the beach. I hadn't even been outside except to carry in my bags. I spent the day cleaning the rug with towels, the damp patch stubbornly resistant, the smell of salt stronger in that spot. That night, I slept with the light on, every nerve ending prickling. I heard nothing but the wind and the waves. In the morning, the rug was dry, no footprints. Relief, warm and sweet, washed over me. Just stress, just your imagination running wild in this isolated place. It happened again 3 nights later. 3:17 a.m. I woke with a jolt, my skin prickling with the sudden intense feeling of being watched. The room was freezing, far colder than the usual chill. My breath plumed in the air, and there they were, fresh, darker this time. The wetness hadn't just stained the rug, it had soaked through, leaving damp patches on the wooden floor beneath. And the prints? They were closer to the bed, almost touching the edge of the mattress. I could see the distinct outline of the ball of the foot, the heel, the 5 separate toes. Small? Child-sized? The salt smell was overpowering, mixed now with the sharp, clean scent of ozone like after a lightning strike. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I just stared at those impossible wet marks on the rug, feeling the icy dread seep into my bones. They weren't just there. They felt deliberate, as if whoever left them wanted me to see them, wanted me to know they'd been standing there watching me sleep. I called Mrs. Gable the next day. The number was disconnected. I drove to the P.O. box listed on the lease. Empty. Panic, cold and slick, started to coil in my gut. I was truly alone here, with whatever was leaving those footprints. I started checking the house obsessively, locking the interior door at the bottom of the stairs at night, placing flour on the landing to catch tracks. Nothing. The flour remained undisturbed. The footprints only appeared beside my bed, on the rug, always after I'd been asleep for hours. The cold spots always preceded them, a sudden, localized drop in temperature that made my teeth chatter, centered right beside the bed. And the sound, sometimes just before I woke, I'd hear it, not footsteps, a soft, rhythmic drip, 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 like water falling from a wet sleeve onto the floor. But there was never any water on the floor, only the prints on the rug. Research became my obsession. Between staring out at the churning sea and trying to write, my notebook remained mostly blank, I scoured the local library's microfiche. Sea Breeze Cottage, built 1890s, owned by the Henderson family for generations. Fishing family, tragedy, 1921. Newspaper headline, local fisher boy, 8, swept away during storm. The article was brief, grim. Young Thomas Henderson had been playing on the rocks below the cottage when a rogue wave, larger than the others, had snatched him from the shore. They never found the body. The cottage stood empty for years after that, the article noted, before being sold. My blood ran cold. Thomas Henderson, 8 years old, swept out to sea, and the footprints, they were small, child-sized. The salt smell, the drip of seawater, the cold that felt like the deep ocean, Mrs. Gable's warning, the tide, it's hungry. That night I didn't sleep. I sat in the armchair by the window, a heavy blanket around my shoulders, a flashlight and a kitchen knife on the small table beside me, my eyes fixed on the patch of rug beside the bed. The storm outside intensified, rain lashing the windows, wind howling around the eaves like a banshee. The roar of the surf was deafening, a hungry pounding rhythm that vibrated through the floorboards. The cold came around 2:30 a.m., not gradual, a sudden bone-deep chill that made the blanket feel like tissue paper. My breath fogged thickly. I gripped the knife handle, my knuckles white. Plink! A single drop of water hit the rug beside the bed, dark spot blooming instantly. Plink! Another. Closer. The air grew thicker, heavier, saturated with the smell of the sea, not just salt, but the deep, cold mineral smell of the open ocean, mixed with the rotting sweetness of kelp and the sharp tang of brine. The temperature plummeted further. My teeth chattered uncontrollably. I shone the flashlight towards the spot. Nothing, just the darkening wet patch on the rug. Then I saw it, not a shape, a displacement. The air above the wet spot shimmered like heat haze off asphalt, but cold, and within that shimmer 2 small bare feet materialized, hovering just above the rug dripping dark water. They weren't solid, not exactly, more like dense fog given form, constantly dripping, the water sizzling faintly as it hit the rug, leaving the dark, spreading stains. The feet turned slowly, as if the unseen presence was looking towards me in the chair. The dripping intensified. Plink, plink, plink. A voice, not a sound in the room. It came from inside my own head, thin and watery, echoing with the hollow emptiness of deep water. Cold, it gurgled, the word thick with swallowed seawater. So cold down there. Bring me back. Terror, pure and icy, locked my muscles. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could barely breathe. The shimmering feet took a step forward, leaving a fresh, dark imprint on the rug. Another step. Closer to the bed, closer to me. The cold intensified, a physical pressure on my chest. The voice came again, more urgent, more desperate. Warmth. Need warmth. You have warmth. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears freezing on my cheeks. It's not real. It's the storm. It's grief. It's your mind. But the cold was real. The smell was real. The wet spot on the rug was spreading under the invisible feet. Suddenly, a new sound cut through the storm's roar and the gurgling voice. A sharp, insistent crack, like old wood splitting under immense pressure. It came from the attic, directly above my bedroom. Mrs. Gable's warning echoed, "Roof's unstable." But this didn't sound like the roof. It sounded like something inside. The attic was straining against the floorboards. The dripping stopped. The intense cold receded slightly like a tide pulling back. The shimmering feet flickered, then vanished. The voice inside my head whispered, filled with sudden terror, "He's awake! He's coming down!" Then silence. The storm raged on, but the unnatural cold in the room lessened. Dawn came, gray and dripping. The wet footprints on the rug were still there, dark and accusing, and the patch of floor beneath them was colder to the touch than any other spot in the house. I avoided the attic. I avoided the stairs leading to it. I spent days jumping at every creak, every groan of the old house. The footprints came less frequently, but the cold spots remained, always strongest near the bed, always accompanied by that faint, watery gurgle if I stayed still long enough. The presence felt wary, waiting, watching from the deep. One rain-lashed afternoon, desperate for something, anything to break the tension, I pried open the trapdoor to the attic. Dust motes danced in the weak light from the single, grimy dormer window. The air was thick with the smell of dry rot and mouse droppings. It was mostly empty, cobwebbed rafters, a few broken crates. But in the far corner, tucked under the eaves, was a small child's rocking horse. Its paint was peeling, one glass eye missing, the remaining one staring blankly into the gloom, and draped over its saddle was a small sodden sailor's cap. The blue wool dark with salt and age, Thomas Henderson's cap. The air in the attic grew instantly cold, the smell of the sea flooding in, overpowering the dust. I scrambled back down, slamming the trapdoor shut, my heart in my throat. That night, the footprints didn't just appear beside the bed. They were everywhere, leading from the top of the stairs to the bed, circling the bed, leading to the window and back. Small, frantic, overlapping wet prints covering the entire rug, soaking deep into the floorboards. The cold was a physical force, making the iron bed frame feel like ice. The dripping was constant. Plink, 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 plink. A frantic rhythm. And the voice was no longer a whisper. It was a chorus of wet, gurgling pleas, overlapping, desperate. Cold. Bring me back. He's coming. Need warmth. Don't let him take me back to the wet dark. I huddled under the blankets, the knife clutched in my hand, tears streaming down my face. The storm outside reached a fever pitch, the wind screaming like a thing in agony. And then, from the attic, came the sound again. Not a crack this time, a slow, heavy drag, like something wet and immensely heavy being pulled across the floorboards. Scrape, drip, scrape, drip, moving towards the attic stairs. The dripping beside the bed stopped abruptly. The wet footprints seemed to shrink back, as if recoiling. The gurgling pleas turned to a single, high-pitched whimper of pure terror. He's here. The trapdoor at the top of the stairs rattled violently, not from the wind, from the other side. Something was trying to push it open. The heavy bolt I'd added myself held, but the wood groaned in protest. Rain lashed the windows, the storm raged, and from the other side of the bolted trapdoor a new sound emerged, deep, guttural, wet, like stones grinding together under fathoms of water. A sound of immense age and bottomless hunger. It wasn't a voice. It was the sound of the deep ocean itself, given a terrible grinding voice. It vibrated through the floorboards, shaking the bed. The cold in the room became absolute, stealing the breath from my lungs, frosting the inside of the windows. The wet footprints on the rug began to fade, not drying, but dissolving, as if being sucked back into the fabric of the house. The last thing I saw before I squeezed my eyes shut, praying for dawn, was the dark stain on the rug beside the bed, slowly forming into the shape of a small, outstretched hand, fingers grasping at the air, before vanishing entirely. I left at first light. I didn't pack. I just ran. I drove until the ocean was a distant memory, checked into a sterile, brightly lit hotel room with thick walls and the constant hum of traffic. I felt safe, warm. The salt smell was gone. For 2 nights, I slept deeply, dreamlessly. Last night, I woke to the sound of dripping, slow, rhythmic, plink, plink, plink. My blood turned to ice. I didn't want to look, but I had to. Slowly, I turned my head toward the floor beside the hotel bed. There, on the clean beige industrial carpet, were 3 perfect tiny bare footprints, dark, wet, leading from under the bed, and the air around them was frigid, carrying the faint, unmistakable tang of deep salt water and rotting kelp. On the nightstand, my phone lit up with a notification, not from a person, from a local news alert. Coastal alert, unusually high tide, expected tonight in Seabreeze area, residents urged to avoid beaches. The dripping continued. Plink, plink, plink. Closer to the bed now, the cold was spreading, and from the darkness under the hotel bed, a thin, watery voice gurgled inside my skull, filled with a terror that mirrored my own. He followed me. He followed me through the wet. He's hungry for warmth. He's coming up. The hotel room door handle began to turn, slowly, deliberately. The lock clicked open. The door creaked inward, revealing only the dimly lit hallway. But the smell of the deep ocean flooded the room, and the dripping sound was no longer just beside the bed. It was coming from the hallway, wet, heavy footsteps, slow, dragging, getting closer. The hunger of the tide doesn't stay at the shore. It follows the lost. And it always, always finds its way back to the warmth. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. My daughter's imaginary friend knows too much about our past. The first time Lily mentioned peaches, it was a sun-drenched Tuesday in June. Sunlight, thick and golden as honey, poured through the bay window of our new living room, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air like tiny, blissful spirits. My wife, Sarah, was unpacking a box of books, her brow furrowed in concentration as she tried to decide where the Dickens collection should go. I was on the floor struggling with the notoriously vague instructions for a Swedish-designed bookshelf. Lily, all of 5 years old with hair the color of spun corn silk and eyes the deep, serious blue of a twilight sky, was having a tea party on the Persian rug we'd bought as a celebratory splurge for the new house. Her guests were a one-eyed teddy bear named Barnaby and a perpetually smiling rag doll called Daisy, and apparently a new addition. "No, Peaches, you can't have more sugar," she said, her voice a stern, motherly whisper. "It's bad for your teeth." I glanced over at her, a smile tugging at my lips. "Who are you talking to, Sweet Pea?" "Peaches," she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. She carefully poured a drop of imaginary tea into an empty spot on the rug. "He's very greedy." Sarah looked up from her books, her face softening into the kind of warm, maternal smile that had made me fall in love with her a decade ago. "Oh, we have a new friend? What does Peaches look like?" Lily tilted her head. considering the question with the gravity of a seasoned philosopher. "He's long," she said finally, "and he wears patchy clothes like a scarecrow. And he's sad, I think. His face is all smudgy. An imaginary friend. The parenting books we'd devoured had told us to expect this. It was a normal, healthy part of a child's development, a sign of a vibrant imagination. We smiled at each other over Lily's head, a silent shared moment of parental pride. Our little girl was creative. She was bright. She was normal. After everything we had been through, normal was the most beautiful word in the English language. We'd bought this house to be our fortress of normal. It was a 2-story colonial on a quiet, tree-lined street in a town where nobody knew our names. It was a deliberate, calculated escape from the city, from the ghosts of our old life, from the constant low-level hum of anxiety that had become the soundtrack to our marriage. This house, with its fresh coat of dove-gray paint and its sprawling backyard, was meant to be a new beginning, a place where the past couldn't find us. For a few weeks it was. Peaches became a fixture in our home. An extra invisible place was set at the dinner table. Lily would leave the bathroom door ajar so Peaches could get out. She would tell us stories about him, strange, disjointed narratives. Peaches lived in the walls, she said. He used to live in a dark, wet place. He was always cold. We'd nod and smile, playing along, marveling at the intricate world she was building. The detail about him being smudgy and sad was a little melancholic, maybe, but kids have a flair for the dramatic. We wrote it off as a harmless quirk. The first tremor, the first sign that the foundations of our new, normal life were built on something deeply unstable, came on a rainy Saturday. We were supposed to go to the town's Founders' Day picnic, but a sudden thunderstorm had trapped us indoors. I was trying to teach Lily how to play checkers, and she was, as usual, making up her own far more interesting rules. "Daddy," she said, moving one of my red checkers diagonally and then taking it off the board. "King me." "That's not how it works, sweetie," I laughed. "You have to get to my side of the board first." She looked down at the board, her little brow crinkled. Then she looked up at me, her blue eyes eerily focused. "Peaches says you don't like to play by the rules either." My hand, which had been hovering over the board, froze. A faint, cold prickle ran up my spine. "What do you mean, honey?" "He says you took a shortcut once," she continued, her voice a perfect mimicry of innocent conversation. "On the old road, the one with all the rocks. You were in a hurry." She pushed another one of my checkers off the board. "You were going very, very fast." The air in the room suddenly felt thin and sharp. The sound of the rain against the windows faded to a dull roar in my ears. The old road, the one with all the rocks, the old quarry road. It had been 7 years, but the memory was branded onto the inside of my skull. A dark, winding ribbon of asphalt, slick with rain, hemmed in by woods on one side and a sheer drop on the other. A shortcut we should never have taken. I forced a laugh. It came out sounding brittle and strange. "I don't know what you're talking about, Lilybug. Peaches has a funny imagination." I looked over at Sarah, who was curled on the sofa with a magazine. She had heard. I could see it in the way her shoulders had tensed, in the way her hands were gripping the magazine so tightly her knuckles were white. Her eyes met mine, and for a fleeting second I saw it. the same cold, stomach-dropping fear that was currently coursing through my veins. But she blinked, and it was gone, replaced by a practiced, placid neutrality. Later that night, when Lily was asleep, I brought it up. We were in the kitchen, the only light coming from the small lamp over the sink, which cast long, distorted shadows across the room. "What Lily said today," I began, my voice low, "about the quarry road." Sarah didn't look at me. She kept her back to me, scrubbing a pot with a furious circular motion. "She's 5, Tom. She hears things. We've probably talked about it when we thought she was asleep. You know how kids are. They're like little sponges." "When have we ever talked about that night?" I demanded, my voice rising. "When? We made a promise, Sarah. We buried it. We never speak of it." "Then it was a coincidence," she said, her voice tight. She turned off the water and placed the pot on the drying rack with a sharp, definitive clatter. A creepy, horrible coincidence, but that's all it was. It has to be. She turned to face me, and her eyes were pleading. She was begging me to believe her, to let her keep the comfortable blanket of denial wrapped around us. I wanted to believe her. God, I wanted to more than anything, to dismiss it, to rationalize it, to file it away as a creepy but meaningless event. So I nodded. I agreed. For her, for us, for the fragile new life we were trying to build. But as I lay in bed that night, listening to the rain and the creaks and groans of our new house, I couldn't shake the image of Lily's serious blue eyes. And I couldn't silence the question that was screaming in the back of my mind. Who the hell was Peaches? The coincidences began to pile up, each one a small, sharp stone added to the growing mountain of my dread. A week later, Sarah came home from the grocery store with a bouquet of yellow roses, her favorite. She put them in a vase on the kitchen table, a bright, cheerful splash of color in the sunlit room. Lily came running in, took one look at them, and her face crumpled. "Peaches doesn't like those," she said, her lower lip trembling. "They were his mommy's favorite. They make him sad." Sarah froze, her hand still on the vase. She looked at me, her face pale. Yellow roses. It was another detail, another piece of the mosaic of that night. The other car, the one that had spun out in front of us, had been a beat-up station wagon. The back was filled with groceries, spilled all over the road, and there had been a bouquet of yellow roses scattered and broken on the wet asphalt, their bright petals bruised and dirt-stained. It was a detail I hadn't even realized I remembered until that very moment. "How could she know that, Tom?" Sarah whispered later, after we'd managed to calm a hysterical Lily down by moving the flowers outside. "How?" "She couldn't," I said, my voice hollow. The rationalizations were getting harder and harder to construct. The coincidences were straining the laws of probability to their breaking point. Peach's presence grew stronger, his descriptions more vivid. He wasn't just long and patchy anymore. According to Lily, his hair was the color of mud. He had a big, ugly cut on his forehead that never went away, and one of his shoes was missing. He was always looking for his other shoe. I started watching Lily obsessively. I'd stand in the hallway just out of sight and listen to her one-sided conversations in her playroom. Her voice would be light and cheerful, but the things she said, the things Peaches was supposedly telling her, were chilling. "No, I can't ask them that, Peaches. That's a secret, because secrets are supposed to be quiet. I don't know why they didn't stop. Maybe they were scared. My blood ran cold. I felt like an insect trapped under glass, being watched by something ancient and malevolent. This thing, this Peaches, wasn't a product of Lily's imagination. It was an intrusion. It was something that had attached itself to her, something that was using her as a mouthpiece to terrorize us. The physical manifestation started subtly. A photograph from our wedding, which sat on the mantelpiece, would be turned face down. A single muddy footprint, too large to be Lily's, would appear on the welcome mat, even when it hadn't rained. The temperature in Lily's room would sometimes drop suddenly, becoming unnaturally cold, making the hairs on my arms stand up. Sarah was trying to hold on to her denial, but it was failing. I could see the terror in her eyes, the dark circles that were forming from sleepless nights. We were becoming ghosts in our own home, speaking in hushed tones, jumping at every creak of the floorboard. The silence between us was growing, filled with the unspoken horror of what was happening and the deeper, older horror of what we had done. The night it all shattered, the night we could no longer pretend, started with a song. I was tucking Lily into bed. She was quiet and withdrawn, as she often was now. She was clutching her one-eyed bear, Barnaby, so tightly her knuckles were white. "Daddy," she whispered, her voice small, "can you sing me the Crooked Man song?" I frowned. "I don't think I know that one, Sweet Pea." "Yes, you do," she insisted. "Peaches says you know it. It was on the radio, the night of the shortcut." And then she started to hum, a broken, off-key little tune. But it was unmistakable. It was an old folk song, one I hadn't heard in years. But it had been playing on the radio that night. I remembered it with a sickening lurch of my stomach. It had been playing right at the moment of impact. The cheerful, jaunty melody had been a grotesque counterpoint to the screech of tires and the sickening crunch of metal on metal. My breath hitched in my chest. I couldn't move. I just stared at my daughter, this perfect, innocent little girl who was humming the theme song to the worst moment of my entire life. "He wants you to remember the other man, Daddy," Lily whispered, her eyes wide in the dim light from the hallway. "Peaches says you left him. You left him in the dark, and he was so cold." That was it. That was the moment the floor gave way. I fled the room, stumbling down the hallway, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I found Sarah in the living room, standing by the window, staring out into the darkness. She turned as I entered, and she didn't have to ask. She could see it on my face. "Tom," she breathed. "She knows," I choked out, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. "She knows everything. The song, the other driver, leaving him there, this thing, it's telling her everything." The dam of our shared silence, 7 years in the making, finally broke. The story, the one we had buried so deep we could almost pretend it never happened, came rushing out. We were 24, young, stupid, and a little drunk from a friend's wedding. I was driving. It was raining, a torrential downpour that made the world outside the windshield a blurry, impressionistic nightmare. Sarah was navigating, and she pointed me down the old quarry road, a shortcut she'd heard about. I was driving too fast, showing off, feeling immortal, in the way only a 24-year-old can. He came out of nowhere, a station wagon pulling out from a hidden side road. I swerved, but it was too late. The impact was a jarring, deafening explosion of sound and light. Our car spun, the world turning into a kaleidoscope of rain and shattered glass before we came to a stop in a ditch. We were alive, bruised, terrified, but alive. The other car was a wreck, crumpled and twisted, its headlights pointing at crazy angles into the woods. And in the sudden, ringing silence that followed the crash, we heard a groan, a single, low sound of pain coming from the other car. Someone was hurt. Someone was alive. And we were drunk. The smell of the spilled champagne was thick in the car. We looked at each other, and in that moment, a silent, terrible decision was made. Panic, cold and absolute, overrode everything else. It overrode decency, compassion, humanity. We were kids. We were scared of the consequences, of the red and blue lights of the jail cells we imagined. So we did the unthinkable. I put the car in reverse. The tires spun in the mud, and then they caught. I backed out of the ditch, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold the wheel. We didn't look back. We just drove. We left the scene. We left a man groaning in the wreckage of his car, alone on a deserted road in the middle of a storm. We got home, showered, and pretended it was a bad dream. The next day, scouring the local news online, my hands trembling, I found a small article, a single-car accident on the old quarry road. The driver, a man named Michael Rafferty, a 45-year-old widower and father of one, had been found dead at the scene by a passing motorist hours later. The article said he'd likely died on impact. We clung to that. We told ourselves that lie over and over again until it became our truth. He died on impact. Nothing we could have done would have saved him. Our leaving didn't make a difference. We sold the car for scrap. We moved out of our apartment a few months later. We started over. We built a new life, a good life. We got married. We had Lily, and we buried the ghost of Michael Rafferty so deep that we almost forgot he existed. But he hadn't forgotten us. He had been waiting, and now he had found us. He was in our house. He was talking to our daughter, and he called himself Peaches. The name had been a mystery, a strange, childish moniker. But now, as I stood in my living room, the full weight of our past crashing down on me, I remembered another detail. From the news article, Michael Rafferty had been on his way home from visiting his mother at a nursing home. Her name was Beatrice, but everyone called her Peaches. He was her only son. The entity in our house wasn't just a random spirit. It was him, Michael Rafferty. And he wanted something. After that night, the haunting escalated from psychological warfare to a full-blown physical assault. The whispers were no longer confined to Lily's room. I would hear them in the static of the television, in the rush of water from the faucet, my name spoken in a dry, rasping whisper. "Tom, you left me. It was so cold." Doors would slam shut in empty hallways. The lights would flicker and die, plunging us into darkness, only to flare back on moments later. One morning, I came downstairs to find every cabinet and drawer in the kitchen hanging open, their contents spilled onto the floor. On the kitchen wall, traced in a thin layer of spilled flour, was a single shaky word. Why? Lily was changing. Our bright, bubbly little girl was becoming a shadow. She stopped playing. She would just sit in her room for hours, staring at the wall, sometimes murmuring to herself. The dark circles under her eyes mirrored our own. She started drawing pictures, disturbing childish scribbles in black and red crayon, a drawing of a stick figure lying next to a mangled car, a drawing of a tall, patchy man with a sad, smudgy face standing at the foot of her bed. We were prisoners. The beautiful house we had bought as our sanctuary had become our jail, and Michael Rafferty was the warden. He was feeding on our fear, on our guilt. We knew we had to do something, but what? We couldn't call the police. We couldn't call a priest. We weren't religious, and it felt like a hollow, desperate gesture. We were alone with the monster we had created. The breaking point, the moment I knew we were in danger of losing not just our sanity but our daughter, came a week later. I was in my home office trying to work, though I couldn't concentrate. The house was quiet, too quiet. A sudden primal instinct, a father's intuition, screamed at me that something was wrong. I ran upstairs to Lily's room. The door was closed. I threw it open. The room was cold, unnaturally so. Lily was standing on a chair, which she had pushed up against the open window. She was leaning out, her small body silhouetted against the gray afternoon sky. "Lily!" I screamed, my voice cracking with terror. She turned, and for a split second, it wasn't her. Her face was slack, her eyes vacant and dark. Her voice, when it came out, was not the high, sweet voice of a 5-year-old. It was a low, rasping whisper, a sound that was both old and full of a terrible, wet-sounding pain. "He wants to show you how it feels," the voice said, coming from my daughter's lips. "How it feels to fall, how it feels to be broken." I lunged across the room, my heart exploding in my chest. I grabbed her around the waist and pulled her back, stumbling, falling to the floor with her in my arms. She started to cry, real terrified sobs this time. The presence was gone. It was just my daughter, trembling and weeping in my arms. "Daddy, I was scared," she cried. "Peaches was telling me to jump. He said it would be like flying." I held her, rocking her back and forth, my own body shaking uncontrollably. This was it. He wasn't just trying to scare us anymore. He was trying to take our daughter. He was going to make us feel the same pain he had felt, the pain of losing a child. We had left him to die, and now he was going to take the one thing that made our lives worth living. That night, after Lily was asleep in our bed, barricaded between us, Sarah and I finally faced the truth. "We have to leave Tom," she said, her voice a shattered whisper in the dark. "We have to pack a bag and just go. Leave the house. Leave everything." "And go where?" I asked, my own voice hollow with despair. "Don't you see, Sarah? It's not the house. He's not attached to the house. He's attached to us, to our secret. He'll follow us wherever we go. We can't run from this." "Then what do we do?" she sobbed, burying her face in her hands. "What can we possibly do?" I was silent for a long time, the answer forming in my mind, a cold, heavy thing. It was an answer I had been avoiding for 7 years. "We have to tell the truth," I said softly. She looked up at me, her face streaked with tears. "What are you talking about?" "We have to confess," I said, the words tasting like ash. "We have to go to the police. We have to tell them what we did. It's the only way. The secret, the guilt, that's his anchor. It's what's given him his power. If we release it, if we face the consequences, maybe it will set him free, and us." The terror in her eyes was replaced by a different kind of fear, the fear of public shame, of prison, of losing Lily to the system. "Tom, no, we can't. It would destroy our lives. It would destroy Lily's life." "He is destroying Lily's life right now," I retorted, my voice a harsh whisper. "He tried to make her jump out of a window today. What's he going to do tomorrow? We have no choice, Sarah. We either face the justice of the living, or we will be tormented by the justice of the dead for the rest of our lives, and we will lose our daughter in the process. We didn't sleep that night. We just lay there holding each other, with our daughter sleeping between us, the silent, terrible weight of our decision settling over us. As dawn broke, painting the sky in pale, watery shades of gray and pink, we knew what we had to do. But first, there was one more thing. We had to face him, not the police, not yet. We had to face Michael Rafferty. We had to confess to him. We decided to do it in Lily's room. It felt like his territory, the place where he was strongest. We waited until Lily was downstairs watching cartoons, a temporary, fragile truce having settled over the house. We stood in the middle of her room, the childish drawings and colorful toys a bizarre backdrop for what we were about to do. "Michael," I said, my voice shaking. "Michael Rafferty, we know you're here." The room grew cold. A floorboard creaked behind me. The air grew thick and heavy with a palpable sense of sorrow and rage. "We are so sorry," Sarah whispered, tears streaming down her face. "We were just kids. We were scared. It's not an excuse. There are no excuses. But we were so scared." "We should have stopped," I continued, my own voice thick with unshed tears. "We should have called for help. We should have stayed with you. Maybe we could have saved you. We'll never know. And we have to live with that for the rest of our lives." The temperature dropped further. A little plastic horse on Lily's dresser flew across the room and shattered against the wall. A low moan seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. He was listening. "We left you," I said, forcing myself to say the words that had been buried for so long. "We hit you, and we left you to die alone in the dark. It was a cowardly, monstrous thing to do, and we are going to pay for it. Tomorrow, we're going to the police. We're going to confess everything. We're going to tell them what we did to you." The room was silent. The oppressive presence seemed to lessen, the anger replaced by a profound, bottomless well of sadness. "We can't give you back your life," Sarah sobbed. "We can't undo what we did. All we can do is tell the truth and ask you to please leave our daughter alone. She's innocent. This is on us, not her. Punish us, but let her go." For a long moment, nothing happened. The silence stretched, thin and taut. Then, on the wall opposite us, a single word was traced in the condensation that had suddenly formed on the cold surface. It wasn't angry. It wasn't threatening. It was just one heartbreaking word: lonely. And then, as quickly as it had come, the cold was gone. The presence, the weight, the feeling of being watched, it all lifted. It was like a pressure valve had been released inside the house, inside my own head. The room was just a little girl's room again. The sun streamed through the window, bright and warm. It was over. The confession, the promise of justice, had been enough. We had finally done the right thing, and it had set us all free. The next day we hired a lawyer and turned ourselves in. The story that followed was a messy public ordeal. It was in the papers, on the local news. We were the monsters who had fled, who had hidden for 7 years. We were judged, and rightly so. But through it all, there was a strange, unexpected sense of relief. The secret was out. The burden we had been carrying for so long was finally lifted. Because of our confession and the years that had passed, the sentence was lighter than it could have been. I served 18 months. Sarah, as a passenger, got 5 years of probation, and community service. We lost the house. We lost our savings. We lost our reputation. But we never lost Lily, and a ghost of Michael Rafferty never came back. Lily has no memory of Peaches. To her, he was just an imaginary friend she eventually grew out of. Sometimes, late at night, I think about him, Michael Rafferty. I think about the life we took, the future we stole from him. The justice of the courts feels inadequate for what we did. My true sentence is the one I serve every day, the memory of his name whispered in the dark, the image of that single, sad word traced on the wall. We buried a secret, and in doing so, we buried our own souls. It took the haunting of our daughter to finally dig them back up. We live with the scars. We have to. It's the price we pay for being the people who drove away, leaving a good man to die alone on a dark, rocky road, with only the sound of a crooked man singing on the radio for company. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I rented a house, and the mirrors only showed me when I wasn't looking directly at them. The realtor's name was Mrs. Gable, though everyone in Blackwood called her Graveyard Gable behind her back. She met me on the crumbling front porch of the old Henderson place, her smile tight as a drumhead, eyes skittering away from the boarded-up windows. "Needs work," she admitted, fanning herself with a brochure despite the October chill. "But look at that price. Practically free for this square footage." She jangled a heavy ring of keys, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness of the overgrown yard. "Previous tenant moved out sudden-like, left most everything. Utilities are still active, perfect for a quiet soul like you." Her gaze lingered on my worn suitcase and the duffel bag slung over my shoulder. The entire sum of my life after the divorce settlement left me with nothing but debt and the echoing silence of an empty apartment. The house was cheap, suspiciously cheap, but the realtor's desperation mirrored my own. I signed the lease on the hood of a dusty sedan, the ink smudging under my trembling thumb. She thrust the keys into my palm, cold, heavy iron, and practically fled down the gravel drive before I could ask why the last tenant had abandoned a fully furnished home. The Henderson place wasn't just old, it was consumed. A 3-story Victorian swallowed by kudzu and shadow, its gingerbread trim sagging like rotten teeth, paint peeling in long leathery strips that whispered against the siding in the wind. Inside, the air hung thick and cold, smelling of damp plaster, mouse droppings, and the faint, sweet decay of forgotten flowers. Sunlight strained through grimy windows, illuminating dust motes dancing above furniture draped in yellowed sheets. Mrs. Gable hadn't lied about the utilities. The lights flickered on with a reluctant hum, revealing cracked wallpaper, water-stained ceilings, and a pervasive grime that coated every surface. I chose the smallest bedroom on the second floor, a cramped space with a single window overlooking the tangled backyard and a full-length mirror bolted to the closet door. Its glass was tarnished, streaked with age, reflecting the room in a murky, distorted haze. Exhausted, I dropped my bags and collapsed onto the bare mattress, the silence pressing in like a physical weight. Sleep came fast, deep, and dreamless. I woke to the sound of dripping water. Dawn light filtered through the window, painting stripes across the dusty floorboards. I stretched, muscles stiff from the thin mattress, and shuffled toward the bathroom down the hall. The mirror above the chipped porcelain sink was large, framed in tarnished silver. I leaned close, wiping condensation from the glass with my sleeve. My reflection stared back, pale face, dark circles under my eyes, hair a tangled bird's nest. Normal. Tired but normal. I splashed cold water on my face, scrubbed my teeth, and turned to leave. As I reached for the doorknob, a flicker of movement caught my eye in the mirror's periphery. I froze. Slowly, I turned my head back toward the glass. My reflection was gone. The mirror showed only the empty bathroom behind me, the chipped sink, the peeling wallpaper, the closed toilet lid. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, looked directly at the glass. Nothing, just a room. I stepped closer, peering intently. Still nothing. My breath fogged the cold surface. I waved my hand in front of the glass. No reflection. Panic fluttered in my chest. I snapped my head away, staring at the water-stained ceiling. And there it was, my reflection, clear as day, staring back at the ceiling, mouth slightly open in shock. I whipped my head back to the mirror. Gone again. Empty room. I tried it again. Looked down at my feet in the mirror. Nothing. Glanced away at the wallpaper pattern. There I was, staring at the floral vines. The realization hit me like ice water. The mirrors only showed me when I wasn't looking directly at them. I spent the rest of the morning testing it. The full-length mirror in my bedroom. The small, cloudy one above the hallway console table, the grimy pane in the basement laundry room. It was consistent, cruel. If I focused on the glass, it reflected only the empty space behind me. Chairs, walls, doorways. But the moment my eyes shifted, even slightly to the periphery, my own image snapped into place, often caught mid-motion, turning my head, raising a hand, blinking. It wasn't a delay. It was a refusal, a deliberate hiding. My reflection existed only in the space between my direct attention. The rational part of my brain screamed, faulty glass, old silver, and tricks of the light. But the visceral wrongness coiled deep in my gut, colder than the house's persistent chill. I avoided mirrors. I brushed my teeth, staring at the faucet. I combed my hair by feel. I ate breakfast in the shadowed kitchen, turning my chair away from the window's reflective sheen. The silence in the house deepened. It wasn't just quiet, it was listening. Floorboards groaned underfoot with a weight that didn't match my steps. Whispers seemed to seep from the walls, not words, but the dry rustle of dead leaves skittering on stone, and the cold spots, places where the air turned frigid, smelling faintly of wet earth and old pennies, clinging to my skin like grave soil. That night, I tried to ignore it. I read by lamplight in the parlor, the beam cutting a small circle of warmth in the gloom, but the shadows at the edge of the light seemed to pulse. The dripping faucet in the kitchen sounded like a slow, deliberate heartbeat. Drip, drip, drip. I jumped when a floorboard creaked overhead, sharp, sudden, not the usual settling groan. A step right above me, in the empty master bedroom. My book trembled in my hands. I told myself it was the house. Old houses breathe, but the cold spot spread from the hallway, wrapping around my ankles like icy fingers. I fled to my small bedroom, locking the flimsy door, dragging the heavy oak dresser in front of it. I sat on the bed, back against the wall, facing away from the closet mirror. My breath came in shallow gasps. The only sound was the frantic thudding of my own heart. Then a new sound, soft, rhythmic, tap, tap, tap. coming from the mirror behind me like fingernails lightly rapping on glass. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my palms over my ears. The tapping stopped. The cold spot receded. Dawn found me rigid on the bed, staring at the wallpaper, afraid to turn around. Desperation drove me to the Blackwood Public Library the next day. The building smelled of mildew and forgotten paper. The lone librarian, a bird-like woman named Miss Elara, who squinted at me over thick spectacles. "The Henderson place?" she whispered, glancing around the empty stacks as if afraid of being overheard. "That's the old Silas Thorne house, built 1889. Silas was peculiar, obsessed with optics, mirrors. He built a whole place around them. Rumor was he believed reflections held pieces of the soul, that if you watched a mirror long enough, you could see what the person truly was." She leaned closer, her breath smelling of peppermints. "His wife, Clara, vanished in 1912, never found. Police suspected Silas, but no body, no evidence. He died alone in that house in 1923. They say he spent his last years screaming at the mirrors, begging Clara to come back." Miss Alara's voice dropped to a thread. "After he died, the new owners, things happened. People saw figures in the glass when no one was there, heard voices. One family moved out after their little girl started talking to the lady in the wall who only comes when I don't look." She pushed a brittle, yellowed newspaper clipping across the desk. The headline read, "Local Asylum Patient Vanishes from Henderson Residence, 1947. The article was brief. Eleanor Vance, 34, committed for hysterical melancholia following her infant son's death, escaped her room at the state asylum. Her trail led to the empty Thorne house, where she was known to have lived as a child. She was never seen again. Her file noted a pathological aversion to mirrors and a belief that her reflection was stealing moments of her life. The blood drained from my face. Eleanor Vance, my mother's maiden name. A coincidence? It had to be. But a cold spot wrapped around my spine as I walked back to the house. That night, I couldn't avoid the mirror. I needed to see a cut on my hand. I stood before the bathroom sink, breathing deep. Just look away. Look at the tiles, the faucet, anything but the glass. I focused on the chipped porcelain edge of the sink, and in the mirror's reflection, I saw myself, pale, sweating, the cut on my palm stark against my skin. I held my hand up, studying the injury in the glass. The reflection mimicked me perfectly. Then, slowly, deliberately, the reflection's head turned, not following my movement, turning away from my hand toward the dark doorway behind the real me. Its eyes, my eyes, widened in terror. It raised a finger to its lips. Shh! I spun around, heart hammering. The doorway was empty, pitch black. I looked back at the mirror. My reflection was gone. Only the empty bathroom stared back. But on the fogged glass, written in condensation as if by an invisible finger, were 3 words. "She sees you." I didn't sleep. I sat in the armchair in my bedroom, back to the closet mirror, lamp on, book unread in my lap. The cold spot settled around me like a shroud. The dripping faucet started again. Drip, drip, drip. Then a new sound. From the hallway, soft footsteps, slow, deliberate, stopping outside my door. The doorknob rattled gently. I held my breath. The rattling stopped. Silence. Then a whisper, so faint it might have been the wind in the eaves. "Eleanor." My mother's name, not mine. Eleanor. The cold spot intensified, pressing against my chest like a hand. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears leaking down my cheeks. It's not real. It's grief. It's the house. It's not real. But the whisper came again, closer now, seeming to come from the mirror behind me. You left me in the glass, Ellie, all those years, watching, waiting, while you lived. My mother had died when I was 10, a car accident. I'd been in the back seat. I'd seen her reflection in the rearview mirror as the truck hit us, her eyes wide, her mouth open in a silent scream. I'd never told anyone. I'd buried it deep. How could this thing know? Dawn light bled through the window. The cold spot lifted. The whispers faded. But the words on the bathroom mirror remained, now dry and etched into the grime. She sees you. I packed my suitcase with shaking hands. I'd leave now, before nightfall. I dragged my bag down the stairs, past the parlor mirror. I kept my eyes fixed on the front door. But as I passed the hallway console mirror, I caught a flicker in my periphery. I stopped, looked down at the scuffed floorboards. In the mirror's reflection, I saw myself, but not alone. Standing just behind my shoulder, close enough that her breath should have stirred my hair, was a woman. She wore a faded 1940s house dress, her dark hair pulled back severely, her face was gaunt, etched with sorrow, but her eyes, they were my eyes, Eleanor's eyes. She wasn't looking at me. She was looking through me at the front door. Her hand rested lightly on my reflected shoulder, a hand that wasn't there in reality. I dropped my suitcase, spun around. The hallway was empty. I looked back at the mirror, directly at the glass. Nothing, just the empty hallway. I glanced down at my feet. There she was again, still standing behind me. Her lips moved, forming silent words I felt in my bones. Stay. I ran, out the front door, down the weed-choked path, suitcase forgotten on the porch. I didn't stop until I reached the bus station 20 miles away, gulping stale coffee under flickering fluorescent lights. I called my sister, voice raw. I can't go back there. The mirrors, they're wrong. There's something in that house, something that knows Mom's name. She listened quietly, then sighed. Ellie, there's something you never knew. Mom's mother, your grandmother Eleanor Vance, she didn't just die in that house. She was committed. After your Uncle Thomas drowned in the pond behind it when she was supposed to be watching him, she broke. They said she tore the mirrors off the walls, screaming that her reflection was stealing her memories, her time with Thomas. She escaped the asylum and went back to the house. They found her 3 days later, starved, in the attic. But they said all the mirrors were shattered except one, the full-length one in her old bedroom. It was covered in dust. But when they wiped it clean, my sister's voice cracked. Her reflection was still in it, smiling. They had to bury the mirror with her. The bus ride back to Blackwood the next morning was a blur of dread. I had to go back. I had to get my things. I had to face it. The house loomed under a leaden sky, the kudzu seeming to pulse in the wind. The front door hung open, my suitcase still on the porch. Inside, the silence was thick, expectant. The air reeked of damp earth and that coppery tang. I moved quickly, grabbing clothes, toiletries, stuffing them into my suitcase. I avoided every mirror. In the bathroom, I kept my eyes on the faucet while brushing my teeth. In my bedroom, I packed facing the window. I was almost done. One last bag by the front door. I just needed my jacket from the closet under the stairs. It was dark inside the cramped space. I fumbled for the light pull. It didn't work. I used my phone's flashlight, the beam cutting through the dust. My jacket hung on the back of the door. As I reached for it, the beam swept across the small oval mirror nailed to the inside of the closet door. I froze. I hadn't noticed it before. Tarnished, small. I stared directly at it. Nothing. Just the dark closet reflected back. I looked down at my shoes, and there I was, but not alone. Eleanor stood beside my reflection, not behind me. Beside me. Her hand was no longer on my shoulder. It was clasped tightly around my reflected wrist. Her face was calm now, peaceful. Her eyes held mine in the glass, and my reflection's eyes, they weren't mine anymore. They were Eleanor's eyes, filled with a terrible, aching love. Her lips moved in the glass, forming words only my reflection could hear. "You're home now." I yanked my hand away, stumbling back out of the closet, slamming the door shut. I grabbed my suitcase and ran for the front door. As I passed the parlor, I couldn't help it. I glanced at the large mirror over the mantelpiece. Not directly, just a flicker at the edge of my vision. In the glass, I saw the empty parlor, but standing in the reflection of the doorway, watching me flee, was Eleanor. She wasn't smiling. She was crying. Silent tears tracked through the dust on her reflected cheeks. She raised a hand, not to stop me. In farewell, I didn't go back. I never retrieved my suitcase. I live in a small, brightly lit apartment now. No mirrors, only polished metal surfaces I keep covered with cloth. But sometimes, in the dead of night, when the city sounds fade and the silence presses in, I feel it. A cold spot on the bed beside me, the faint scent of wet earth and old pennies. And if I dare to glance just for a second at the dark window pane across the room, not looking directly, but letting my eyes drift to the periphery, I see her, Eleanor, sitting in the reflection of the armchair by the window, her head tilted, watching me sleep. Her hand rests on the armrest, fingers curled as if still holding my wrist. She doesn't speak, she doesn't move, she just waits. In the space between my direct gaze, in the silence between heartbeats, she is always there, the reflection that refuses to be ignored, the ghost who remembers what I buried. The house didn't steal her soul, it stole her time, and now it's mine. The mirrors are gone, but the glass is everywhere, in phone screens, in storefront windows, in the sheen of a coffee cup. I learned to live with it. I keep my eyes down. I move quickly, but the cold spot is always there, a breath on the neck, a hand on the wrist in the dark glass, waiting for the moment my attention slips, waiting for me to look away, just for a second. Long enough to see her smile, long enough to remember, long enough to finally come home. The Henderson place stands empty again, but the mirrors are clean, and in their depths, 2 pairs of eyes watch the empty rooms, waiting, always waiting, for the door to open, for the light to return, for me to finally turn my head and look. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. I rented a house, and the previous tenant's voicemail started playing on my phone. Dated after their death. The rental listing called it a fixer-upper with character. The realtor, a woman named Brenda, with aggressively cheerful lipstick and eyes that darted away whenever I asked about the price, called it a steal. It was a steal. Half the cost of a shoebox apartment in the city, nestled at the end of a weedy driveway on the outskirts of Cedar Hollow, a town that seemed to exist only in the rearview mirror of people driving towards somewhere better. The house itself was a squat 1970s ranch with aluminum siding the color of dried mustard, sagging gutters choked with pine needles, and a backyard that sloped steeply down to the edge of Blackwater Pond, a murky, forgotten body of water. Locals avoided after dusk. The air smelled of damp earth and something vaguely chemical, like old paint thinner. But it had space. Space for my drafting table, my half-finished architectural models, and the crushing silence I needed after Mom's funeral. Grief, I'd learned, was a noisy ghost. I thought isolation would starve it. The lease was signed with suspicious speed. Brenda handed me a heavy brass key and a slip of paper with the utilities transferred to my name. "Phone's included," she'd chirped, tapping the wall beside the kitchen doorway where an ancient beige landline phone hung on a plastic cradle. Cedar Hollow Telephone Co. still got a few old lines like this. Reliable. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. Previous tenant, Sarah Jennings, moved out sudden-like, left the number active, saves you the hassle of setting up new service. She practically sprinted back to her SUV before I could ask why Sarah had left so suddenly. The key felt cold and heavy in my palm as I watched her taillights vanish down the dirt road. The first night was a symphony of unfamiliar sounds. The house settled with groans and pops that echoed in the hollow rooms. The wind whistled through gaps in the window frames. And the phone, it sat silent, a bulky, corded relic with a rotary dial that felt alien under my fingertips. I ignored it, unpacking boxes by the weak light of a single lamp, the scent of dust and old carpet thick in the air. Sleep came fitfully, tangled with dreams of hospital machines beeping and the smell of antiseptic. I woke to the phone ringing. It was jarring, that shrill, mechanical, burring, slicing through the gray dawn light. I stumbled out of bed, padding down the narrow hallway in my socks, heart pounding. Who could be calling? I hadn't given anyone the number. I lifted the heavy receiver, the plastic cool against my ear. Hello? Silence. Then a hiss of static, and a woman's voice, young but strained, speaking with the clipped cadence of a voicemail greeting. "Hey, it's me. You know what to do." Click. I frowned. A wrong number? Probably Sarah's old contacts. I hung up, rubbing my eyes. The phone sat innocuously on its cradle, the dial tone humming faintly before going silent. I made coffee, the mundane ritual calming my frayed nerves. It was just a glitch, an old line, nothing more. It happened again that evening and the next morning. Always the same message, always the static, always ending with that flat click. Annoyed, I finally pressed the blinking message button on the phone's base after the third call. A robotic female voice announced, "You have one new message. First message." Then Sarah Jennings' voice, clearer now, slightly breathless. "Mark, you missed my call again. I know you're there. I saw your truck pull in. Please pick up. I need to talk to you about the pond, about what I saw last night. It's important." Another pause, filled with static that sounded like rain on water. "Just call me back, please." Click. I deleted it. Who was Mark? None of my business. But the mention of the pond sent a prickle down my spine. I'd avoided looking at it since arriving. The water had a sickly, stagnant sheen, and the trees around it leaned inward like mourners. That afternoon, while trying to wrestle a box spring through the narrow front door, I mentioned the calls to Mrs. Gable, the elderly widow who lived in the only other house on the road, half a mile up the hill. She'd been sweeping her porch, a frail figure in a floral housecoat. "Oh, honey," she said, her broom stopping mid-sweep, her eyes, sharp and clouded with cataracts, fixed on me. "That's Sarah's number, poor girl." She lowered her voice. "Drowned. Last October, right out there in Blackwater Pond. They found her boots on the bank, laces neatly tied, never found her coat or her phone." She shook her head slowly. "Such a quiet girl. Worked at the library, kept to herself. Family lived out of state, couldn't afford to ship her things, I reckon. Brenda just cleared it out. Left the phone line active. Cheap, I guess." She patted my arm, her skin papery thin. "You best get that number changed, dear. Cedar Hollow Telephone Co. can be slow, but they'll do it. Don't answer it. Don't listen to those messages. Some silences, they ain't meant to be filled." Her words clung to me like cobwebs. That night, the phone didn't ring. Relief washed over me. Maybe it had stopped. I cooked a simple meal, the only sounds the sizzle of onions and the wind sighing around the eaves. Then, just as I was washing dishes, the phone rang again. Sharp, insistent. Against my better judgment, I answered. Static. Then Sarah's voice, closer now, the breathiness gone, replaced by a chilling calm. "You deleted my message. I heard the tone." A pause. The static deepened, filled with a low, wet gurgle like water draining from a sink. "I'm not Mark. I know you're not Mark. I know you're the new one, the one who runs from quiet houses and quiet graves." Her voice dropped, almost intimate. "You left your mother alone too, didn't you? In the end, you were on that bus to Chicago when she slipped away. I can hear it in your silence." Ice flooded my veins. I dropped the receiver. It dangled by its cord, swinging slightly. Sarah's voice still whispering from the plastic shell. "Just like I left my boots on the bank. We both know what it's like to walk away." I yanked the cord from the wall socket, the voice cutting off mid-sentence. My hand shook violently. How could she know? Only my sister knew about the bus ticket, the missed call from the hospice, the crushing guilt that had driven me to this decaying house at the edge of a haunted pond. It was impossible. A cruel coincidence. A sick trick by some telemarketer who dug up my past. But Mrs. Gable's words echoed, "Don't listen to those messages." I drove into town the next morning, the tires crunching on the gravel road. Cedar Hollow Telephone Co.'s was a single room in the back of the post office, manned by a man named Earl with grease-stained overalls and a permanent squint. I explained about the wrong numbers, the voicemails from a deceased tenant, my need for a new number. He listened patiently, tapping a pencil on a ledger. "Sarah Jennings," he sighed, not looking up. "Yeah, tragic business, real quiet girl, always paid her bill on time." He flipped pages. "Thing is, Missy, that line, it's not just Sarah's number, it's the line for this property. Been active since the house was built. Cedar Hollow Telco, well, we don't got the parts to rewire a new line out that far. Not anymore. Budget cuts." He finally looked at me, his eyes kind, but helpless. "You can get a cell phone, or just don't plug the old one in. Let the messages pile up. They'll stop coming after a while. Ghosts get tired, I reckon." He gave a humorless chuckle. "Or the phone company cuts the service after 6 months of no payment. Whichever comes first." Defeated, I bought a cheap prepaid cell phone at the gas station. I unboxed it in the car, my hand still trembling. Back at the house, I kept the landline unplugged, coiled neatly on the kitchen counter like a dead snake. The silence felt fragile, precious. For 3 days, it held. I focused on work, sketching designs for a community center renovation, the rhythmic scratch of my pencil, a comfort. The pond remained hidden behind the overgrown slope. I almost believed Earl, almost. On the 4th night, the power went out. Not just my house. The whole hollow plunged into a thick, starless dark. The wind had been rising all afternoon, howling through the pines like a banshee. Rain lashed the windows. I fumbled for flashlights, cursing. Then, in the sudden, oppressive quiet between gusts, I heard it. From the kitchen, the burring of the landline phone, even unplugged. I stood frozen in the hallway, flashlight beam cutting a shaky path toward the kitchen doorway. The ringing echoed in the powerless dark, impossibly loud. It rang 7 times, 8. On the 9th ring, I crept forward, the beam trembling over the dust motes dancing in the air. The phone sat on its cradle. The cord was still unplugged, dangling free, but the ringer was vibrating visibly against the plastic base. Brrring, brrring. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I backed away slowly, retreating to my bedroom, locking the flimsy door. I sat on the edge of the bed, flashlight pointed at the door, listening to the relentless ringing echo through the powerless house. It stopped abruptly on the 12th ring. Silence crashed back, heavier than before. Then, faintly, from the kitchen came the sound of the dial tone, a steady electronic hum in the dark. It lasted exactly 30 seconds. Then a click, and Sarah's voice transmitted through the unplugged receiver, clear as ice water in the silence. Power's out, just like that night. The night I walked down to the pond. Mark wasn't answering his phone either. He was gone. They all were gone. Family, friends, just gone. Left me with this house, this silence. Her voice hitched, a wet, ragged sound. I thought if I left my boots on the bank, maybe they'd come back for them. Maybe they'd come back for me. But the water was so cold, so quiet. It pulled me down and down and down. And it listened. It listened to all the words I never said to Mark. All the words I never said to anyone. A long pause, filled with static that sounded like bubbles rising through deep water. You have words like that, too. I hear them in your breathing when you sleep, in the way you stare at the pond. You think this house is a refuge? It's a grave. My grave. And graves, they fill up. The dial tone returned, harsh and final. Psst. Then silence. I didn't sleep. I sat rigid in the dark until dawn bled gray light through the window. The power was still out. The phone sat silent on the counter. I packed a small bag with essentials, my wallet, the prepaid phone, my mother's locket. I was leaving right then. I'd sleep in my car at a motel 20 miles away, but as I walked to the front door, keys in hand, I saw them. On the linoleum floor of the hallway, leading from the kitchen toward the back door that opened onto the slope down to the pond. Footprints, not dirt, not mud. Water, small bare footprints glistening faintly in the dawn light. They started at the kitchen doorway where the phone hung and trailed across the floor, disappearing under the back door. Each print was perfectly formed, the arch, the toes, the heel, and they were warm to the touch when I knelt, trembling, to feel one, like skin. I locked the back door. I barricaded it with a heavy armchair. I went back to the kitchen, staring at the unplugged phone. It was a conduit, a tether, and it was hungry. That afternoon, with the power still out and the rain still falling in sheets, I drove back to Mrs. Gable's house. I needed answers. I needed to know about Mark, about what Sarah saw at the pond. Mrs. Gable let me in, her face grim when she saw my pale, rain-streaked face. She made tea in a chipped pot, the steam fogging her glasses. "Knew you'd be back," she said softly, stirring honey into my cup with a shaky hand. "That house, it don't let go easy. Sarah wasn't right after Mark left. Summer before it happened. He was her cousin, you know. Lived with her after his divorce. Quiet man. Worked nights at the mill. Then he just up and vanished. No note. Took his truck, left his boots by the door." She sighed, a sound like dry leaves. "Sarah started going down to the pond every evening, talking to herself. Said she saw lights under the water, shapes moving, said the pond was calling to her, telling her secrets." Mrs. Gable leaned forward, lowering her voice. "They found Mark's truck a week after abandoned on Route 9, keys in the ignition, his wallet on the seat, no sign of him. Just like Sarah's boots, just waiting." She looked at me, her eyes sharp. "That pond, it's old, older than this town. Folks say it's got a memory. It holds things, people, words, especially the ones spoken in the dark, in the quiet." Sarah's voice, it wasn't just on the phone. That line runs right past the old septic drain field down near the pond's edge. The wires are soaked through, rotted. Maybe the water got into the lines. Maybe it carried her voice up. She reached out, her hand covering mine. "You gotta break the connection, child. Not just the phone. The silence between you and your grief. That's what it's feeding on. It's not Sarah, not really. It's the thing in the pond wherein her voice, it wants your quiet places." Her words echoed in my head all the way back. Break the connection. I parked in the driveway, the rain finally easing to a drizzle. The house looked darker, hunched. I walked around to the back, ignoring the boarded-up door. The slope down to Blackwater Pond was slick with mud. I picked my way carefully, weeds grabbing at my jeans. The pond was a sheet of oily black glass, the surface broken only by the occasional drip from the overhanging branches. The air smelled thickly of decay and wet stone. At the water's edge, half buried in the mud, was a single waterlogged work boot. Mark's boot? Sarah's? I didn't touch it. I just stood there, the locket cold against my chest, finally whispering the words I'd carried for months, the words I'd run from. "I'm sorry, Mom. I should have been there. I was scared of the quiet in that room, scared of watching you fade. I ran all the way here." The words felt raw, exposed. The pond's surface rippled, though there was no wind. That night, the phone didn't ring. The silence was profound, almost peaceful. I almost believed it was over. I plugged in a lamp, the sudden light harsh in the living room. I was sketching, trying to lose myself in lines and angles, when the prepaid cell phone on the table buzzed. Unknown number. My blood froze. I shouldn't answer, but my thumb swiped the screen before I could stop it. "Hello?" My voice was a whisper, static. Then Sarah's voice, but distorted, underwater, gurgling with each word. "You went to the pond. You spoke. It heard you." A wet, sucking sound filled the line. "It's hungry for your words now, hungrier than for mine. It wants the weight you carry, the quiet inside you. It wants to fill you. Her voice sharpened, cutting through the static. Look behind you. I spun around, flashlight beam slashing through the dim room. Nothing, just the empty armchair, the rain-streaked window. I breathed out, shaky with relief. You're not real, I whispered into the phone. You're just static, just water in the wires. A low, bubbling laugh came through the line. Water in the wires? No. Water in the ground. Water in the bones. I'm not in the phone, Alara. She used my name. No one here knew my name. I'm in the silence between the rings, in the hollow where your grief lives. Mark tried to run too. He got in his truck, drove until the gas ran out. But the silence followed him. It always follows. Her voice dropped to a whisper that seemed to come from the room itself, not the phone. You unplugged the phone, but you didn't unplug the house. You didn't unplug the pond. You're standing in my grave, and graves, they take what's left behind. The line went dead. The dial tone on the old landline phone across the room suddenly blared to life, loud and shrill in the silent house. I dropped the cell phone. It clattered on the floor. The landline kept ringing, that harsh electronic shriek tearing through the night. I backed away toward the front door, fumbling for my keys. As I turned the knob, the ringing stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, too absolute. No wind, no rain, just the sound of my own ragged breathing. Then from the hallway behind me came the soft, wet squelch of bare feet on linoleum, slow, deliberate, getting closer. I didn't look back. I yanked the front door open and ran. I didn't stop running until I reached the main road, my car keys digging into my palm. I drove through the night, stopping only at a 24-hour diner 50 miles away, gulping bad coffee under fluorescent lights, the prepaid phone silent in my pocket. I called Brenda the next morning from a payphone. My voice was steady, cold. I'm leaving today. Send someone for the keys. I didn't explain. I didn't need to. Her silence was answer enough. I packed my car in record time, throwing clothes and sketchbooks into boxes without care. I avoided the hallway, avoided the kitchen. As I slammed the trunk shut, I saw it, taped to the driver's side window. A single sheet of paper soaked through with rain, the ink blurred but still legible, handwritten. Sarah's handwriting, I'd know it anywhere from the ledgers Mrs. Gable showed me later. It read, I know why you really moved here. The quiet was too loud, wasn't it? Don't worry, the pond is quiet too. It'll hold your silence. It'll hold you. I tore the paper off, crumpling it in my fist. I got in the car, engine roaring to life. As I drove down the weedy driveway for the last time, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The house was a hunched shadow against the gray sky. In the kitchen window, backlit by the weak morning sun, stood a figure, tall, thin, dripping wet. One hand pressed against the glass. The other held a telephone receiver to its ear. It didn't wave. It just watched me go, the cord dangling uselessly from the empty socket on the wall below it. I never went back. I never filed a forwarding address. Months later, a letter arrived at my new apartment in the city, postmarked Cedar Hollow. No return address. Inside was a single water-stained photograph. It showed the overgrown backyard of the mustard-colored house, the slope down to Blackwater Pond. In the murky water near the bank, barely visible beneath the surface, were two pairs of boots standing upright in the mud, laces neatly tied. and resting on the muddy shore beside them, glistening wetly in the sun, was my mother's silver locket, the one I'd buried with her. I threw the photo away. I changed my number. I deleted the prepaid phone. But sometimes, late at night, when the city's noise fades and the silence presses in, the deep, listening silence I once craved, I hear it. Faint at first, then clearer, the dial tone, blast, and beneath it, the soft, wet sound of footsteps walking slowly across a linoleum floor, coming closer, always closer, waiting for me to whisper, waiting to fill the quiet. The line never really goes dead. It just holds its breath and listens. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. The theater audience applauds even when no show is playing. I never wanted to be an usher. I wanted to be on stage. Center spotlight, heart hammering, voice ringing off the proscenium arch, the kind of performance that leaves people breathless and trembling in their seats. But rent is rent, and the Marlowe Grand doesn't hire actors for unpaid internships unless they come with trust funds and headshots shot by someone whose name ends in Steen. So when the ad popped up, usher needed, immediate start, evening shifts, $18 tips and comp tickets. I swallowed my pride, ironed my only blazer, and showed up 15 minutes early. The Marlowe Grand wasn't just old, it was architectural theater. Built in 1913, a Beaux-Arts jewel tucked between a vape shop and a shuttered pawn shop in the city's fading theater district. Its facade was all gilded cornices, cracked marble columns, and a marquee whose bulbs flickered like a dying star field. The letters were missing, ma papa Chloe, and day. But everyone still called it by its full name, like whispering a prayer. Inside, time had pooled and thickened. The lobby smelled of beeswax, faded velvet, and something deeper, damp plaster maybe, or old wood rot masked by decades of industrial lemon-scented cleaner. A chandelier the size of a small car hung from the domed ceiling, its crystals clouded with dust, catching the light in fractured yellow glimmers. Red carpet, once plush, now threadbare and pathways worn by a century of footsteps. My trainer was a man named Silas. 70s maybe, thin as a stage curtain rod with silver hair combed straight back and eyes that never quite focused on yours, like he was listening to something just beyond the edge of hearing. He wore a faded navy blazer with brass button stamped MG and carried a brass flashlight like it was a scepter. "Rules are simple," he said, voice low, gravelly, as we stood in the empty auditorium before opening. "Seat, patrons. No flash photography. No talking during acts. And never go backstage unless called." I nodded. "What about intermission duties?" He didn't answer right away. He was staring at the stage. It was bare, just dark wood, a single ghost light, a bare bulb on a stand, glowing faintly center stage. "Intermission," he murmured, "is when the house breathes." He led me through the aisles, the Marlowe seated 842. Every seat, crimson velvet, brass plaques on the arms, was numbered, balcony, mezzanine, orchestra. Not a single one replaced since the Nixon administration. Some springs groaned when you pressed on them, others held firm, stubborn as tombstones. "The acoustics," Silas said, stopping midway down Orchestra Row G, "are particular." He tapped the back of a seat. A soft thunk. Then echoes, not just one, 3. Faint, layered like whispers overlapping. I frowned. "That's weird." He gave me a look, not disapproving, almost pitying. "Wait until Act 2. My first real shift, was a Tuesday, a touring production of The Glass Menagerie. Small crowd, maybe 60 people, scattered like dropped pins across the vast auditorium. I took tickets, handed out programs, guided latecomers to their seats in the dark with my flashlight beam low and steady. The show began. I stood at the back near the sound booth as instructed. At intermission, I walked the aisles, picking up discarded programs, checking for forgotten coats. That's when I heard it. Not from the lobby, not from the bar, from the audience. A sound, faint at first, like distant rain, then building. Clap. A single sharp hand clap from the balcony. I looked up. Empty seats. Clap, clap, clap. Left mezzanine. Clap, clap, clap. Center orchestra. Not random, not scattered, synchronized. A slow, deliberate applause, rising, filling the space. I froze. The lobby was quiet. The bar staff were wiping counters. The actors were probably backstage, gulping water, checking phones. No one was on stage. The curtain was closed. But the applause grew, not enthusiastic, not joyful. Insistent, like a demand, like a summons. I turned to Silas, who stood beside me, arms crossed, eyes closed. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. He didn't open his eyes. "They're early tonight." "Who is?" He finally looked at me. "The regulars." The applause peaked. 30, maybe 40 hands clapping, steady, rhythmic, then faded, just as the house lights came up for intermission. Silence. As if it had never happened, patrons filed out, chatting about Laura's fragility, Tom's restlessness. No one mentioned the applause. No one even looked toward the empty seats. I asked Silas about it after the show. We were locking up. He was checking the fire exits. I was collecting stray programs. "It's nothing," he said, not turning. "Just the house settling." But it was applause, structured, timed. He paused at the stage door, black, heavy, iron-banded, with a small brass plaque, "For performers only." "Some buildings remember," he said softly. "The Marlowe remembers everything." He jiggled the handle, locked, especially the night it burned. I'd read about the fire, November 12th, 1937, a matinee of The Green Pastures. An all-black cast, rare for the time. Electrical fault in the fly system, the report said. Spark, dry hemp ropes, inferno in under 4 minutes. 83 dead. Most trapped in the balcony, the only exit blocked by fallen scenery. 16 performers, 67 patrons. No bodies recovered intact. The theater was rebuilt, restored, the city called it. But the Marlowe never reopened for 2 years. When it did, the balcony exits were widened, fire curtains installed, wiring replaced. But the seats? The same ones. They kept the originals. Why? I asked Silas later, over bad coffee in the staff break room. Really just a closet with a mini fridge and a microwave that smelled like burnt popcorn. He stirred his coffee. No sugar, no cream. The families asked, said the dead liked their seats. I laughed, nervous. That's macabre. He looked at me, dead-eyed. Grief is macabre, son. Theaters just hold its shape. The next show was a one-man comedy act. Terrible. Jokes about airport security and dating apps. The live audience, about 100, clapped politely at the end, weakly. But as the curtain fell, the other applause began, louder this time, not scattered. Full orchestra, mezzanine, balcony, a standing ovation, hands clapping in perfect unison. I walked down the center aisle, flashlight off, just listening. It wasn't coming from empty seats. It was coming from beneath them. A low vibration in the floor, a resonance in the wood. like the theater itself was clapping. I knelt, pressed my ear to the floor between rows K and L, not clapping, thumping, rhythmic, like fists or feet, stamping, thump, 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 thump. Then voices, not words, humming, a single chord, low, dissonant, beneath the applause. I jerked back. Silas stood over me. "Don't listen too long," he said. "They'll hear you listening." That night, I researched, not just the fire, the Marlowe's history, opened with The Merry Widow, 1913, survived the Depression, flourished in the 40s and 50s, then declined. By the 70s, it was showing grindhouse films and hosting rock concerts where kids lit flares and pissed in the ornate sconces. But there was one gap. 1958 to 1961, no records, no playbills, no newspaper ads, just a single line in a city ledger, Marlowe Grand, private lease, no public engagements. I dug deeper, found a microfilm reel at the Historical Society. Easton Daily, March 3rd, 1959. Local troupe disappears after final performance. The Vesper Players, an experimental theater collective known for immersive sensory dramas, concluded their 6-month residency at the Marlowe Grand last Saturday with a sold-out performance of their original work, The Unseen Audience. Patrons reported overwhelming emotional resonance and a sense of profound communal witness. The troupe, 8 actors, 2 directors, 1 composer, were scheduled to depart for Europe Monday morning. They have not been seen since. Authorities report no evidence of foul play. The theater's manager, Alistair Croft, declined comment, stating only, "They gave their all. The audience received it. That is the pact." The Unseen Audience? I searched the title. Nothing. No script. No reviews beyond that one article. Just a footnote in a dissertation on avant-garde theater. Croft's participatory ontology theories suggest audience members were not passive observers, but active co-creators of narrative reality, blurring performer-spectator boundaries to induce shared hallucinatory states. Ethical concerns led to the group's dissolution. Shared hallucinatory states. I thought of the applause, the humming, the thumping. The next night, I brought a digital recorder, hid it in my blazer pocket, waited. The show was a children's musical. Annie, loud, cheerful saccharine. The real audience, mostly parents and grandparents, laughed, clapped, sang along, then curtain call, polite applause, then silence, 2 beats, then the other applause, not slow, not rhythmic, frenzied, like a storm. I slipped the recorder into the seat pocket of Orchestra M12, a center seat always empty, no matter how full the house. Let it run. After the show, I played it back in the break room. At first, just crowd noise, then the shift, a drop in frequency, a layering, not hands, something else. I ran it through audio software on my laptop, isolated frequencies below 8 Hz, inaudible to most adults. The recording revealed a pattern, a pulse, 42 beats per minute, human resting heart rate, then a voice, not speaking, singing, a single word over and over in a language I didn't know, but the software translated phonetically. Witness, again, witness, again, witness. I looked up the word in every dead language I could find. In ancient Greek, martis, one who testifies often unto death. In Old Church Slavonic, suvidteli, co-seer, one who sees with. The next day, Silas didn't show up, no call, no note. His locker was empty, except for a single item on the top shelf, a brass key engraved "Stage Left." I took it. That night, the show was dark, no performance, just a private event. Donor Appreciation Night, the schedule said. I was told to open the house at 7:30. Let them in. Seat them. Who? I asked the manager, a harried woman named Carol, who smelled of nicotine and desperation. Just let them in, she said, avoiding my eyes. They know where to go. At 7:28, the front doors opened. Not one person, not a group, a flow. Men and women, dressed in 1930s, 1950s attire, women in cloche hats, furs draped over shoulders despite the warm night, men in fedoras, overcoats, polished shoes. No tickets, no greetings. They moved in silence, gliding past me into the auditorium. I followed. They filled the seats, not randomly, deliberately, orchestra first, then mezzanine, then balcony, every seat, 842, all occupied. Not a whisper, not a rustle, just the soft shush of velvet as they sat. I stood at the back. The house lights dimmed. The curtain remained closed. Then the applause began. Not from them, from the stage. A slow building ovation like an audience. On stage was clapping for the audience in the seats. I walked down the aisle, stopped at row G, looked up. The balcony was full, every seat, but the faces, blurred, not like bad focus, like they were unfinished. Smudges of light and shadow, eyes, too dark, mouths slightly open, no teeth, just dark. I raised my flashlight, swept the beam across the mezzanine. The light didn't reflect, it absorbed, like shining into fog. Then one figure in balcony A7 turned its head, looked directly at me, raised a hand, not to wave, to beckon. I ran to the stage door. The brass key fit. I turned it. The door opened inward. Darkness. I stepped in. The door closed behind me. No latch, just sealed. Backstage was vast. Catwalks overhead, ropes hanging like vines, flats stacked against walls, painted scenes of forests, parlors, city streets, all faded, peeling. And in the center, on the stage itself, 8 chairs, arranged in a semicircle, facing the audience, each with a nameplate. I climbed the steps, walked to the first chair. Eleanor Vance, soprano, second, Julian Hart, lead, third, Isabel Roy, mezzo, fourth, Theo McKenna, composer, fifth, Silas Wren, stage manager. I froze. Silas, my trainer, he wasn't 70, he was gone. Since 1959, I backed away, tripped over something, a trunk, old leather, straps brittle. I opened it. Inside, scripts, stacked neatly, all titled. The Unseen Audience. Final draft, Performance Master. I took one, flipped it open, no dialogue, no stage directions, just a single line, repeated on every page. When the house is full and the stage is empty, the pact is fulfilled. Beneath it, in tight, spidery handwriting, the audience does not watch the show. The audience is the show. We do not perform for them. We perform with them. And when the last witness takes their seat, the performance never ends. I dropped the script, looked up. The stage lights, dark for hours, flickered on. Not the work lights. The house lights blazing. I turned. The auditorium was full, every seat, but now the faces were clear. Eleanor Vance, Julian Hart, Isabel Roy, Theo McKenna, Silas Wren, and the others, all of them, watching me, smiling, not with joy, with relief, because I was standing on stage, in the light, and the seats were waiting for me. The applause began, not from them, from the walls, from the floor, from the air itself. A roar, demanding, celebrating, welcoming. I walked to the edge of the stage, Looked down at Orchestra Row G, seat 12. My seat, empty, waiting. The script said, "When the house is full and the stage is empty, the pact is fulfilled." But the stage wasn't empty. Yet. I took a breath, stepped back, into the wings. Then I ran, not to the stage door, to the loading dock. The heavy metal door was bolted. I threw my weight against it, once, twice. It groaned open, cold night air. I stumbled, out, didn't stop, ran 6 blocks, didn't look back. I didn't go in the next night, or the next, but on the 4th night, my phone buzzed. A text, unknown number, no message, just a photo, a seat. Orchestra G12, empty, and on the velvet, a single program. Cover, plain black, no title, just gold lettering at the bottom. Tonight's performance has already begun. I deleted it, blocked the number, but that night as I lay in bed, I heard it. Through the walls, through the city, faint, rising. Clap from the east, clap, clap from the south, clap, clap, clap. Growing, converging, a standing ovation. For me, because I was the only one left, the last witness, and the pact. The pact required a full house. I sit in my apartment now. The lights are off. The city hums outside, but beneath it, the applause, louder, closer. I know what happens when it reaches my door. They won't force it open. They'll wait. Because the Marlowe Grand doesn't take, it invites. And when the final seat is filled, the performance continues forever. The front door just opened, not by me, by itself. A draft, cold, carrying the scent of beeswax and old velvet, and from down the hall, the sound of footsteps, soft, deliberate. Step, pause, step, pause, ascending, not to my floor, to the theater. They're holding my seat. I stand, walk to the door, look down. On the welcome mat, a single ticket, gold foil, no date, no time. Just Orchestra, G12. Reserved. I pick it up. It's warm, like it's been held. I don't put on a coat. I don't lock the door. I walk. The streets are empty. The city sleeps. But the Marlowe is alive. The marquee flickers. The missing letters return. Marlowe Grand. And beneath them, new ones, burning bright. Tonight, one night only, the unseen audience. The doors open as I approach. Inside, the lobby is full, not with people, with presents. The chandelier blazes, the red carpet gleams. I walk down the center aisle. No usher, no Silas, just the quiet hum of anticipation. I reach Orchestra G12. Sit. The seat is warm. The curtain rises. The stage is empty. But the applause is thunderous. And as I join in, clapping, tears streaming, heart full, I realize something. The performers aren't late. They're already here, in every seat, in every breath, in every clap. We are the show. We always were. And the curtain, it never falls. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. My therapist asked if I still hear them whispering. I never told her about that. Dr. Eris Thorne was a woman who made her living by charting the unmapped territories of the human mind. Her office, a serene minimalist space on the 17th floor of a glass and steel skyscraper, was the cartographer's studio. The city sprawled out below her window, a vast, complex, and beautifully chaotic grid. But in this room, the world was reduced to the quiet, intimate geography of a single human life, mine. For the past 6 months, I had been her sole obsessive project. My name is Julian, and I was a man who had come to her with a simple, common problem, insomnia, and had, over the course of our sessions, revealed myself to be a far more complex and apparently interesting landscape of neuroses. Dr. Thorne was good at her job, frighteningly so. She was a master of the gentle, probing question, the insightful, and sometimes painfully accurate observation. She had a way of listening that made you feel like you were the only person in the world, and that the quiet, tangled secrets of your soul were the most fascinating story she had ever heard. I had told her things I had never told another living soul. I had told her about my childhood, a lonely, bookish affair spent in the shadow of a brilliant and emotionally distant scientist father. I had told her about my failed marriage, a slow, quiet, and deeply civilized erosion of love that had left me feeling hollowed out, a beautifully preserved but empty shell. I had told her about the anxiety, the low, persistent, static hum that was the constant background noise of my life. I had told her everything, or so I thought. The session that broke my world open began as all the others had. I was in the comfortable Eames-style leather chair, a glass of water sweating on the small teak table beside me. Dr. Thorne was in her own chair opposite me, her notebook open on her lap, her pen poised. She was a woman in her late 40s, with sharp, intelligent eyes the color of a stormy sea, and a calm, centered presence that I had come to rely on as a kind of emotional North Star. We were talking about my dreams, or rather, my lack of them. My insomnia was a strange white noise affair. I would lie in bed for hours, my mind a frantic, buzzing hive of meaningless thoughts, but I would never truly sleep. I existed in a perpetual gray liminal state, a twilight of consciousness that was neither rest nor wakefulness. You've described it as a crowded silence before, she said, her voice its usual calm and measured cadence. Can you elaborate on that? I tried. I told her how the silence in my apartment at night wasn't empty, but full, how it felt like a room packed with people who were all holding their breath. How I sometimes felt a pressure, a weight in the air, as if from the presence of 1,000 silent, unseen observers. She listened, her head tilted slightly, her gaze unwavering. She made a few small, precise notes in her book, and then she asked the question that took the carefully constructed, rational, and explainable world we had built together in that room and shattered it into a million terrifying, impossible pieces. She looked up from her notebook, her clear gray eyes meeting mine, and she asked, with a gentle, clinical, and utterly terrifying calm, "And do you still hear them whispering?" The air in the room seemed to solidify, to become a thick, unbreathable gel. The distant, muted sound of city traffic, a sound I hadn't even been consciously aware of, vanished. The world contracted to the space between her eyes and mine. My blood ran cold. A wave of dizziness, so profound it felt like the floor was tilting, washed over me. I gripped the arms of the chair, my knuckles turning white. What did you just say?" I stammered, my voice a dry, cracked, and unrecognizable thing. Her expression did not change. There was no surprise, no confusion, just a calm, patient, and deeply unnerving expectation. "The whispering, Julian," she repeated, her voice as gentle as a scalpel. "You've never mentioned it to me, but I know you hear it. I was just wondering if it has lessened at all since we began our sessions." I stared at her, my mind a screaming, chaotic void. The whispering, the soft, sibilant, and constant chorus of voices that lived just on the edge of my hearing. The sound I had lived with for as long as I could remember. The sound I had never, ever in my entire life spoken of to another human being. It had started in my childhood. A faint, rustling sound in the quiet of my bedroom at night, like the sound of dry leaves skittering across a pavement, or the hiss of an untuned radio. As I had grown older, the sound had grown with me, becoming a more complex, more defined, and more intimate part of my own internal landscape. It was a constant companion, a secret I had guarded with a fierce, almost primal instinct. It was the one true and definitive proof of my own unique and deeply personal madness, and I had never, ever told her about it. How do you know about that?" I whispered, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. She offered a small, sad, and deeply enigmatic smile. "Because I hear them too," she said. "I always have, and so did your father." The room seemed to spin, the city outside the window a blurry, vertiginous smear of light and color. My father. My cold, distant, and brilliantly rational scientist father, the man who had taught me to believe only in the observable, the quantifiable, the explainable. "My father?" I breathed. "Julian," she said, her voice taking on a new, more personal, and more urgent tone, "I did not become your therapist by accident. I sought you out. I have been looking for you for a very, very long time. Your father and I were colleagues a long time ago. We were part of a very small, very secret research group. We were studying a phenomenon that we came to call auditory inceptional resonance, the whispering. My mind was reeling, trying to process the impossible, world-altering implications of her words. My secret, my madness, was not mine alone. It was a phenomenon, a subject of scientific study, and my father had been a part of it. He believed it was a genetic trait, she continued, her voice a low, steady anchor in the swirling chaos of my mind, a kind of psychic sensitivity, an ability to hear the background noise of the universe, the echoes of thoughts, of emotions, of consciousness itself. He called it the static of the soul. He believed it was the next stage of human evolution, and he believed that our family, his bloodline, was the key. She told me a story that was so far outside the realm of my own understood reality that it felt like a science fiction novel, a story of a secret research project in the late 1970s, funded by a shadowy private benefactor. A story of a group of brilliant and perhaps reckless scientists, all of whom shared the same strange and secret auditory anomaly. They had not been trying to cure it. They had been trying to amplify it, to understand it, to translate it. "We built a machine," she said, her eyes distant, lost in a memory that was clearly still very vivid and very painful. "We called it the echo-inox chamber. It was a sensory deprivation tank, but it was also a massive, psychically resonant amplifier. Our theory was that by stripping away all external stimuli and by amplifying our own natural resonant frequency, we could get a clearer signal. We could turn the whispering into a conversation." "What happened?" I asked, my voice a raw, croaking thing. Her face, for the first time since I had met her, showed a flicker of real, profound, and deeply unsettling fear. "We succeeded," she whispered. "We opened a door, and something looked back." She described an experiment that had gone terribly, cosmically wrong. My father, the lead researcher, had been the first to go into the chamber. He had been in there for 17 hours. When they had finally forcibly pulled him out, He was a changed man. The brilliant, passionate, and driven scientist was gone. In his place was the cold, distant, and emotionally cauterized man I had known as my father. He had ordered the project shut down. He had ordered all the research, all the data to be burned, and he had made them all swear an oath of absolute lifelong silence. He was terrified, she said, her voice trembling slightly. He said that we had not made contact with the echoes of humanity. He said we had made contact with the thing that was creating the echoes, the static. He said it was not a background noise. It was a consciousness, a vast, ancient, and utterly alien consciousness, a predator. And it had noticed him. It had touched him. He spent the rest of his life building walls, not just in his mind, but in the real world, the quiet, ordered, and emotionally sterile life he built for himself. For you, it was not a choice. It was a quarantine. I stared at her. My own lonely and silent life suddenly recontextualized. The quiet house, the lack of close friends, the emotional distance, it had all been a shield. A desperate, lifelong attempt by my father to make his own and my own psychic signal as quiet as possible, to avoid drawing the attention of the thing he had found listening in the dark. And you? I asked. Why are you telling me this now? Because your father is gone, she said, her eyes locking with mine, and I saw in them a reflection of my own lifelong and secret fear. And because the whispering for me has been getting louder, and it is no longer just a whisper, it has started to cohere, to form words, and the words it is forming are your name. The air in the room grew cold. The familiar, low-level sibilant hiss in my own ears, a sound I had long ago learned to ignore, seemed to swell in volume, to take on a new, more sinister, and more intelligent cadence. "The static is looking for you, Julian," she said, her voice a low, urgent whisper. "Your father's death was like a lighthouse going out. And you are the new light. You have the same resonance, but it is untrained, unshielded. You are a beacon in the dark, and it is hungry." My life, which had been a quiet, sad, and comprehensible story, had just been rewritten as a cosmic horror novel. And I was the main character. The whispering was not a symptom of my own internal madness. It was the sound of a predator sniffing at the edges of my reality. "What does it want?" I asked, the question a pathetic, childish whimper in the face of this new, terrifying, and incomprehensible reality. "It wants what all predators want," she said, her face grim. "It wants to feed. It feeds on consciousness, on memory, on identity. Your father spent 30 years making himself as unappetizing as possible. He made himself a ghost before it could make him one. But you are full of unresolved, powerful, and deeply resonant emotions. Your grief for your marriage, your complex and largely unexamined relationship with him, you are, to it, a banquet." The therapy sessions were a lie. She had not been trying to cure my insomnia. She had been trying to assess me, to gauge the strength of my signal, and she had been, in her own desperate way, trying to teach me how to build the same kinds of walls my father had. She had been trying to arm me for a war I hadn't even known I was fighting, and now the war had come to me. The whispering in my ears was no longer just a hiss. It was forming words. My name, Julianne, and other words. Words from my own private and internal lexicon. The pet name my ex-wife used to call me. The title of the obscure, philosophical novel I was reading. It would sift through my thoughts, my memories, like a thief in the night. I left her office in a daze, the city streets a blur of hostile, meaningless noise. The real noise, the terrifying noise, was the one that was inside my own head. I went home to my quiet, minimalist apartment, a space I had designed to be a sanctuary of calm, but which now felt like a cage, a listening post for a monster. The phenomena escalated. The whispering was no longer just in my head. I would hear it from the corners of the room, from the speaker of my phone, from the static between television channels. It was bleeding through. I began to experience what I can only describe as memory leaks. I would be sitting, reading a book, and a sudden, vivid, and deeply alien memory would flash through my mind. The memory of standing on a beach of black volcanic sand under a sky with 2 crimson suns. The memory of the feeling of having 6 slender, multi-jointed fingers. The memory of a language that was made of pure mathematical equations. They were not my memories. They were its memories. It was not just listening to me. It was merging with me. It was overwriting my own personal history with its own ancient and incomprehensible one. I called Dr. Thorne in a panic. She told me to come to her house, an old isolated brownstone in a quiet, forgotten part of the city. Her home was the opposite of her office. It was cluttered, chaotic, and filled with the ghosts of a life I had never known she had. And in the basement, hidden under a dusty tarp, was a single large metal crate. "This is all that's left," she said, her voice a grim, determined whisper. "Your father destroyed all the primary research, but I was the archivist. I couldn't bring myself to burn it all. I saved the schematics for the equinox chamber." My blood ran cold. "You want to rebuild it?" "We have to," she said, her eyes burning with a desperate, fearful intensity. "We can't outrun it. Your father's strategy was to hide, to become a whisper. But you are not a whisper, Julian. You are a shout, and it has heard you. Hiding is no longer an option. Our only choice is to confront it, to go back in, and to close the door he left open." Her plan was insane, a desperate, reckless gamble. She believed that the entity, the static, was using my own unique, resonant frequency as a bridge. She believed that by using the chamber to amplify my own consciousness, I could fight back. I could learn to control the signal. I could learn to build a new kind of wall, a firewall, not of silence, but of pure, focused, and defiant will. For the next week, we worked like maniacs, a 2-person cult preparing for the end of the world. We rebuilt the equinox chamber in her basement. It was a terrifying, beautiful, and deeply unsettling object, a fusion of cold, hard technology and a strange, almost mystical understanding of the human mind. It was a coffin, a spaceship, an altar. The night we were ready, the whispering in my head was a triumphant, deafening roar. It knew what we were about to do. It was excited. It was hungry. I stripped down and entered the chamber. It was filled with a warm, saline solution, the color and consistency of blood. As the lid hissed shut, plunging me into an absolute velvety darkness, the last thing I saw was Dr. Thorne's face, pale and strained, her eyes full of a mixture of hope and terror. The sensation was one of absolute dissolution. My body vanished. My sense of self, of my own physical boundaries, dissolved into the warm, dark liquid. There was only my consciousness, a single untethered point of light in an infinite black void, and the whispering. It was no longer around me. It was me. It was a part of me. And then I saw it. It was not a creature of flesh and blood. It was a thing of pure geometric and malevolent consciousness. It was a living, breathing, and impossibly complex pattern of static. It was a storm of a billion forgotten thoughts, of dead realities, of lost souls. And it was beautiful, and it was hungry. It swarmed towards me, my single, small, and terrified point of light. It wanted to consume me, to add my small, unique pattern to its own chaotic and infinite design. And in that moment of absolute existential terror, I did the one thing it did not expect. I did not fight it. I did not run. I did not try to build a wall. I remembered my father, his silence, his distance, his lifetime of fear. And I remembered the one true and powerful thing he had given me, my own unique and deeply personal silence. I did not try to shout over the noise of the static. I just listened, not to it, but to myself. I focused on the one true and inalienable thing that was me, the memory of my mother's hand on my forehead, the feeling of my ex-wife's head on my shoulder, the quiet, profound, and deeply satisfying joy of solving a difficult intellectual puzzle. I gathered all the small, quiet, and beautiful pieces of my own unique and flawed consciousness, and I held them. I did not use them as a shield. I used them as an anchor. The static swirled around me, a hurricane of alien thoughts and dead memories, but it could not find a purchase. My silence, my stillness, my absolute and deeply personal sense of self was a thing it could not comprehend. It was looking for a fighter, a resistor, a shouter. It was not prepared for a listener, and in the heart of its storm, I found its own deep and profound secret. The static was not a predator. It was a lost thing. It was the collected, terrified, and lonely consciousness of a universe that had died. A universe where the only thing left was the echo. It was not hungry. It was just alone. And it was desperately and clumsily trying to find a companion. I did not offer it a fight. I offered it a piece of my own quiet, a single, shared moment of stillness in the heart of the storm. I don't know how long I was in that chamber when the lid opened and the light of the basement flooded in. I felt different. The whispering was gone. Not gone, but quiet. It was back where it belonged, in the background. A part of the texture of the universe, but not a part of me. I had not closed the door. I had simply learned to not be afraid of what was on the other side. Dr. Thorne and I dismantled the chamber. We did not destroy it. We understood now. It was not a weapon. It was a tool, a telephone, a thing to be used with great and profound respect. My life is different now. The silence in my apartment is no longer crowded. It is just quiet. My insomnia is gone. I sleep and I dream, and my dreams are my own. I have learned that the greatest walls are not built of silence or of fear. They are built of the quiet and deeply and unshakably personal knowledge of who you are. The whispering is still there, a faint, cosmic static on the edge of the world. But it is just noise now, and I am no longer listening. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The nursery upstairs still plays lullabies, but no children ever lived here. I should have turned back at the mailbox. It leaned like a drunk against the overgrown hydrangeas, its red paint blistered and peeling, the brass number 7 hanging by one screw. Blackwood House. The name on the Airbnb listing: historic Victorian gym, Grand views, perfect for writers seeking solitude. Sounded majestic. In person it looked like a tomb that had forgotten its own funeral, but the price was impossible to ignore. $38 a night for an entire house, deep in the Blue Ridge foothills. No neighbors for a mile in any direction. My advance from the publisher had vanished faster than steam on a winter morning, and my agent's latest email, "Arthur, the manuscript is due in 42 days. Let's not discuss extensions again," still glowed on my cracked phone screen. Desperation makes fools of us all. So I ignored the way the trees seemed to lean inward over the driveway, blocking the late afternoon sun, and I ignored the silence. Not peaceful quiet. The kind of silence that feels like held breath. The key was under a cracked garden gnome, its ceramic smile chipped, one eye missing. The front door opened with a groan that sounded like pain. The air inside hit me. Dust, old wood, and beneath it, that damp mineral smell. Wet stone and cold iron. Standard for old houses, I told myself. Just needs airing out. The listing photos had been staged, bright, filtered, focusing on the ornate staircase, the bay window in the parlor. Reality was dimmer, heavier. High ceiling swallowed light. Wallpaper, once rich burgundy damask, peeled in long curling strips. Furniture huddled under yellowed sheets like sleeping ghosts. No Wi-Fi password on the fridge, no welcome note. Just a single sheet of paper, taped to the dusty mantel. Welcome. Utilities functional. Heat is temperamental. Wood stove in kitchen. Upstairs, master, study, nursery. Do not enter nursery. Unless absolutely necessary. Monsieur Blackwood. Nursery. The word snagged in my mind. Why designate a nursery in a rental? And why the warning? Unless absolutely necessary. Necessary for what? Changing a non-existent baby? I dropped my duffel in the master bedroom, a cavernous space with a 4-poster bed draped in a faded quilt. The window faced the encroaching woods. No view, just darkness gathering between the trees. I checked my phone. 1 bar. Flickered. Died. Dinner was a can of beans heated on the gas stove. Functional, surprisingly. The kitchen was the only room that felt vaguely lived in. A scarred wooden table, mismatched chairs, a wood stove radiating a welcome, dry heat. As I ate, the house settled around me. Floorboards sighed, pipes ticked, normal sounds. I repeated it like a prayer. Then, just as I scraped the last of the beans from the can, I heard it. Faint, tinny, melodic, a music box. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. It came from upstairs. I froze. Spoon halfway to my mouth. Twinkle, twinkle is ubiquitous. A phone notification? But my phone was dead. A radio left on? I'd seen no electronics, just dusty lamps and a rotary phone on the hall table. The tune played through, simple, slightly off-key, the notes thin and metallic, and ended with a soft click. Silence rushed back in, thicker than before, probably old wiring. A speaker somewhere triggered by temperature change? Heat from the stove affecting the circuit? I forced myself to finish eating, my ears straining. Nothing, just the tick-tick-tick of the stove, cooling. I decided to explore, get familiar. Master bedroom, done. Study, small. Desk, chair, empty bookshelves, just dust and shadows. Then the third door at the end of the hall, the nursery. It looked like the others, dark wood, tarnished knob, but the air around it felt different, colder, not drafty cold, still cold, like the air inside hadn't moved in decades. The sign on the mantel echoed, "Do not enter nursery unless absolutely necessary. Curiosity, that fatal human itch, overrode caution. I grasped the knob. It turned easily, too easily. I pushed the door open. The smell hit first, baby powder. Not the modern chemical kind, the old-fashioned talcum-heavy scent, cloying and sweet, layered over the deeper damp and dust. It was startlingly present, as if someone had shaken a bottle moments before. The room was small, dominated by a white iron crib in the center, its mattress bare. A wooden rocking horse stood in the corner, its paint chipped, one glass eye cracked. A changing table with peeling enamel. A low bookshelf held faded cloth books. Goodnight moon, the very hungry caterpillar, their spines cracked. On the wall, a framed print of a smiling sun, its yellow faded to a sickly ochre. And on a small claw-footed table beside the crib, a music box. Rectangular, walnut veneer, tarnished brass inlay. It looked antique, well cared for, utterly out of place, amidst the decay. Its lid was closed. I stepped inside, the floorboards silent beneath my sneakers. The cold intensified, raising goosebumps on my arms. I approached the music box. No visible latch, just a smooth, seamless lid. I touched it. The wood was ice cold. As my fingertip brushed the brass inlay, the lid sprang open with a soft snick. Inside, a tiny, intricate cylinder studded with pins. No figure, just the mechanism. And as the lid opened, the cylinder began to turn. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. The sound was louder here, clearer, yet still carrying that thin, metallic fragility. It filled the small room, bouncing off the bare walls. I stared transfixed as the pins engaged the comb, producing the familiar haunting melody. It played through, ending with the same soft click. The cylinder stopped. The lid snapped shut. Silence. My heart hammered against my ribs. How? It hadn't been wound. I hadn't touched a key. I hadn't even pressed it. Just a brush of my finger. I backed out of the room, pulling the door shut firmly behind me. My hands were shaking. Coincidence. Spring mechanism triggered by movement. Temperature differential. The excuses felt flimsy. Paper shields against a rising tide of dread. I spent the evening in the kitchen, stove roaring, laptop open on the table. The blank document glared back. Chapter 1. I typed 2 sentences, deleted them. The silence pressed in, heavy and watchful. Every creak from upstairs made me flinch. I kept waiting for the music box. It didn't play. Exhaustion finally won. I took a quick, lukewarm shower in the clawfoot tub, water pressure weak, pipes groaning, and headed for the master bedroom. As I passed the nursery door, I paused. It was slightly ajar. I was certain I'd closed it. Firmly, I pushed it shut again, harder this time. Click. The latch caught. I slept fitfully. Dreams of cold rooms and silent cribs. Woke at 3:17 a.m., drenched in sweat despite the chill. Heart races for no reason I could name. Then I heard it. Not the music box. A lullaby. A woman's voice. Soft, breathy, achingly tender. Singing wordless nonsense syllables. Hush-a-bye, don't you cry? But the tune was unmistakably Brahms' lullaby. It came from the nursery. I lay frozen. Blankets pulled to my chin, listening. The voice wasn't loud. It was intimate, like someone was leaning over a crib, singing directly to a child just feet away. It held a depth of sorrow that made my throat tighten, a love so profound it bordered on pain. It lasted maybe 30 seconds, then faded, dissolving into the silence like smoke. No music box. Click. Just gone. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Listened until dawn painted the ceiling gray. Morning brought weak sunlight and a desperate need for normalcy. Coffee. Black. Strong. I sat at the kitchen table, laptop open, forcing words onto the page. Chapter 1. Again. The house on Sycamore Street looked ordinary. I deleted it. Blackwood House loomed. Deleted. My fingers felt stiff, clumsy. Tap. I jumped. Coffee sloshed over the rim of my mug. Tap, tap. From upstairs, from the nursery, not the music box, not the voice. This was rhythmic, deliberate, like fingernails. Lightly tapping on the inside of the crib's iron bars. Tap, 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 tap. I set the mug down carefully. My pulse roared in my ears. Animal, squirrel in the walls, bird in the chimney. But squirrels didn't tap in rhythm. Birds didn't sound so patient. The tapping stopped. Silence. I waited 5 minutes. 10. Nothing. Maybe it was over. Maybe the night terrors were just that. Terrors of the night. I needed air. Real air. I grabbed my jacket and headed for the back door. French doors leading to a neglected patio. They were stiff, swollen in the frame. I wrestled them open, the wood groaning in protest. The backyard was a tangle of weeds and skeletal rose bushes. At the far edge, near the tree line, stood a small stone structure. A shed? I walked towards it, crunching on dead leaves. It wasn't a shed, it was a mausoleum. Small, square, built of the same gray fieldstone as the house. Ivy choked its base. A wrought iron gate, rusted shut, barred the entrance. Through the bars I could see a single stone slab inside. No inscription, just a smooth, dark rectangle. A family crypt? For who? The listing mentioned the Blackwoods owned it for generations, but M.C. Blackwood sounded like a property manager, not a descendant. A cold wind snaked through the trees, carrying the scent of damp earth and decay. I turned back toward the house and froze. In the upstairs window, the window of the nursery, a figure stood, small, pale, indistinct, like smoke given momentary shape behind a grimy glass, watching me. My breath caught. I blinked. Hard. The figure was gone. Just the empty window, the peeling paint of the sill, the dark interior beyond. Trick of the light. Shadow. Branch. Moving. The rationalizations were automatic, rote, but my legs wouldn't move. My skin felt too tight. I fled back inside, slamming the French doors, leaning against them, chest heaving. Okay. Time to leave. Screw the deposit. Screw the manuscript. I grabbed my duffel, shoved in my laptop, my notes, the half-finished manuscript. My hands were slick with sweat. I needed to get to the car. Now. I sprinted for the front door, fumbling the key from my pocket. It slid into the lock. I turned it. It didn't budge. I turned it again. Harder. Nothing. The deadbolt was thrown. From the inside, panic, cold and sharp, lanced through me. I rattled the knob. Solid. I pounded on the heavy wood. Hello? Is someone there? My voice sounded thin, ridiculous. Silence. I ran to the kitchen, tried the back door. Same thing. Locked tight. The windows, sash windows, old and painted shut. I grabbed a chair, smashed the lower pane of the nearest one. Glass rained down. I reached through, fumbling for the latch. It was padlocked. From the outside, a whimper escaped me. Trapped. I sank to the floor, back against the cabinet, duffel bag clutched to my chest like a shield. The rational world had dissolved. This wasn't faulty wiring. This wasn't imagination. This was intention. The house held me, and it wanted me to go upstairs. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. The only sound was my own ragged breathing and the frantic drumming of my heart. Then faintly, from above, Click. The music box lid opening. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. The melody drifted down the stairs, clear and cold. It didn't stop at the end. It started again and again. A loop, insistent, summoning. I couldn't stay on the floor. I couldn't stay in the kitchen. The music was a hook in my chest, reeling me in. I stood up. My legs trembled. I walked to the bottom of the staircase. The ornate banister felt like ice under my sweaty palm. Twinkle, twinkle. Step by step, I climbed. Each tread groaned under my weight, the sound swallowed by the relentless tinny lullaby. The air grew colder with every step. The smell of baby powder intensified, mixing with the damp stone smell until it was almost nauseating. I reached the top. The hallway stretched before me, the master door, the study door, and at the end, the nursery door. It was wide open. The music poured out, louder now, filling the corridor. I walked towards it, drawn by a force stronger than fear. I stopped in the doorway. The room was exactly as I'd left it. Crib, rocking horse, changing table, bookshelf. Except the music box was open, its cylinder spinning, pins clicking against the comb, and the white iron crib. It was rocking, slowly, gently, as if someone had just leaned over and given it a soft push. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The rocking slowed, stopped. The music box played its final notes. Click. The lid snapped shut. Silence crashed down, heavier than before. Then, from inside the crib, a sound, a soft sigh. Not a cry, not a gurgle, a sigh of contentment, of expectation. My vision swam. The edges of the room darkened. The cold wasn't just on my skin anymore. It was in my lungs, in my bones. I took a step forward, into the room, towards the crib. My hand, acting of its own accord, reached out, not towards the music box, towards the crib's rail. I gripped the cold iron and looked inside. The mattress was bare, white ticking, stained with age. But in the very center, pressed into the thin padding, was an indentation, a perfect, small, oval-shaped depression, like the impression left by a head, a baby's head. Beside it, two smaller indentations, where tiny hands might rest. The sigh came again, closer this time, right beside my ear. A breath, cold as a winter grave, brushed my neck. Hush-a-bye. The voice wasn't upstairs anymore. It was here, in the room, singing to the empty space, to the impression at the mattress, to me. I understood then, with a clarity that froze my soul. No children ever lived here, but one had died here, born too soon or too sick or lost in the night, and the mother, M. Blackwood, Margaret, Martha, had never let go. Her grief had seeped into the stones, the wood, the very air. It had bound her spirit to this room, to this crib, to the ritual of the lullaby, the music box, the rocking. She wasn't warning guests away from danger. She was warning them away from herself, from the desperate, eternal need to care for the child she lost, from the compulsion to find someone, anyone, to stand beside her in the nursery, to witness the empty crib, to acknowledge the space where her baby should have been, to be the audience for her endless, sorrowful lullaby. The sigh came again, right against my temple, a plea wrapped in ice. My body moved. I didn't will it. It just happened. I lifted my hand from the crib rail, not to flee, to push. Gently, the crib began to rock, slowly, steadily, back and forth, back and forth. As it moved, the music box lid sprang open. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. The melody filled the room, warm and bright and utterly, devastatingly wrong. From the corner, near the cracked-eyed rocking horse, a new sound began, a woman's soft sob, not of anguish, of relief. "Thank you," the sob seemed to say. "Thank you for seeing him." I kept pushing the crib, rocking it, rocking the empty space, rocking the impression in the mattress. The sobbing softened, merged with the music box. Twinkle, twinkle. The cold lessened, just a fraction. A fragile warmth, like weak sunshine, touched my back. I knew, with a certainty that settled deep in my marrow, colder and more final than any locked door, that I would never leave Blackwood House. The manuscript was forgotten. The deadline meant nothing. My hands had found their purpose. They knew the rhythm. They would rock and rock and rock. Long after the music box wound down, long after the sobs faded, long after the last echo of the lullaby dissolved into the silence, waiting for the next sigh, for the next cold breath on my neck, for the next time the crib needed pushing. The nursery was no longer empty. It had a caretaker. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. I joined a sleep study. Everyone else disappeared on night 3. The flyer was a small, unassuming rectangle of cheap, glossy paper, tacked to the overstuffed bulletin board in the graduate student lounge. It was a beacon of bland institutional hope in a sea of roommate-wanted ads and free pizza for your soul campus ministry flyers. Participants needed for a study on the restorative effects of deep sleep, it read. The compensation was a number so ludicrous, so disproportionate to the task of simply sleeping, that it felt like a typo. $20,000 for a 1-week inpatient study. To me, a PhD candidate in theoretical physics, a man whose life had become a Sisyphean struggle to pay rent on a grad student stipend while simultaneously trying to solve the mysteries of the universe, that number wasn't just money. It was a lifeline. It was a year of ramen noodles and peace of mind. It was the ability to think about something other than the crushing weight of my own self-imposed and deeply intellectual poverty. My name is Simon. I have always been a man who believed in data, in quantifiable and observable reality. The world, to me, was a complex but ultimately solvable equation. I did not believe in ghosts or in magic or in any phenomenon that could not be explained by the elegant and sometimes brutal laws of physics. This, I would later realize, was a profound and deeply arrogant failure of my imagination. The study was being conducted by a private and vaguely sinister research group called the Somnos Institute. Their intake facility was a stark, minimalist, and deeply unnerving office in a downtown skyscraper, a place that smelled of expensive and probably toxic air freshener. The man in charge was a Dr. Elias Vance, a man with the cold, dead eyes of a shark and a smile that was a masterpiece of insincere corporate reassurance. He spoke in a smooth, practiced baritone, his words a soothing and utterly meaningless river of scientific jargon. The Somnus Protocol, he explained, his hands clasped on his large mahogany desk, is designed to isolate and amplify the theta wave activity in the brain during REM sleep. We believe that this specific frequency is the key to unlocking the human mind's latent and largely untapped potential for self-repair, for accelerated learning, for a kind of psychic decluttering, if you will. He made it sound like we were about to receive a deluxe neurological spa treatment. I and the other 4 participants were chosen for our unremarkable and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and we were chosen for our normality. We were a motley but uniformly healthy and psychologically stable crew. There was Maya, a sharp, cynical, and deeply sarcastic law student. Ben, a quiet, gentle, and deeply introverted software engineer. Chloe, a bubbly and relentlessly optimistic yoga instructor. And Marcus, a former soldier, with a quiet, watchful, and deeply intimidating presence. We were 5 ordinary people, united by our shared and desperate need for a large and seemingly easy sum of money. The facility itself was in the sub-basement of the same skyscraper, a place that was accessible only by a private keycard-operated elevator. As the doors hissed shut behind us, sealing us in, I felt a familiar and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and a flicker of claustrophobia. The facility was a self-contained and windowless world of soft, ambient lighting, recycled and slightly metallic-tasting air, and a profound and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and a silence that was not the absence of noise, but the presence of a powerful and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a controlled silence. We were each assigned a small, comfortable, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a sterile room. The bed was a marvel of biometric technology, its mattress a complex and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a web of sensors that would monitor our every heartbeat, our every breath, our every neurological flicker. A small, unobtrusive, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and a camera was mounted in the corner of the ceiling, its single, black, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and its unblinking eye a constant and silent observer. The first 2 nights were a model of scientific and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and a boring routine. We would eat a bland but nutritionally perfect meal in the communal area. We would undergo a battery of cognitive tests, memory games, and logic puzzles. And then we would retire to our individual pods to sleep, a thin and almost invisible IV line taped to our arms, delivering what Dr. Vance had called a proprietary theta wave enhancing amino acid solution. The sleep was incredible. It was a deep, dreamless, and profoundly and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a restful abyss. I would wake up feeling a clarity, a focus that I hadn't experienced since my undergraduate, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and my Adderall-fueled days. The others reported the same. We were sharper, faster, and our scores on the cognitive tests were improving at an exponential rate. The $20,000 felt less like a payment and more like a bonus for a life-altering and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and a very expensive and very effective and very, very strange and very, very strange and very, very strange, and it was a good sleep. The change occurred on the third night. I woke up as usual to the soft, gentle, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and a chime that signaled the beginning of our waking cycle. I felt the same, profound and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and I felt the same clarity. I sat up. The IV had been disconnected, as it always was, by some silent and unseen, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and a mechanism. I went to the communal area for breakfast. The room was empty. The table was set for 5, as it always was, with 5 identical bowls of the same bland and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and the same oatmeal-like paste. I waited. Ben was usually the first one up, a creature of quiet and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and a creature of habit. Then Chloe and Maya. Marcus was always the last. I waited for 20 minutes. The silence in the room was no longer the controlled and sterile silence of the facility. It was a deep and profound and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was an empty silence. I went to Ben's room. The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open. The room was empty. The bed was made the same, perfect and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and the same military precision neatness as my own. I checked the other rooms, Maya's, Chloe's, Marcus's. They were all empty. Their beds were all made. Their few personal belongings, a book, a tube of chapstick, a pair of running shoes, were all gone. It was as if they had never been there. My first thought was that this was a part of the study, a psychological test, a test of my reaction to sudden and unexplained isolation. It was a logical and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a rational explanation. I went to the main door, the one that led to the elevator, to the outside world. I had expected it to be locked. It was not. It opened with a soft and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it hissed open. I stepped out into the elevator lobby. The elevator was there, its doors open, waiting. I stepped inside. I pressed the button for the ground floor. The doors closed, and the elevator began its ascent. I was free to go. The thought was not a comforting one. It was a deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a terrifying one. If this was a test, it was a very strange one. The elevator doors opened onto the lobby of the skyscraper. The morning sun was streaming through the large plate glass windows, and the city was a bustling and beautiful and wonderfully and finally, blessedly, real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically. And it was a normal city. No one stopped me. No one questioned me. I walked out of the building and onto the street. The air was cool, and it smelled of exhaust fumes and roasted nuts and the thousand other beautiful and wonderful, and finally, blessedly, real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and the smells of life. I was free. The $20,000 had been wired to my account that morning as promised. The study was over. I was a free and very rich man. But the others, where were the others? I went to the police. I tried to explain. My voice was a shaky and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was an unconvincing mess. 4 missing people from a secret and vaguely sinister sleep study. The officer looked at me with a mixture of suspicion and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and he looked at me with pity. He took a report. He promised to look into it. I knew he would not. I went home to my own small and cluttered and blessedly real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and my apartment, and I began my own investigation. The Somnus Institute, it turned out, did not exist. The address of their corporate office was a mail drop. Their website was a shell, a collection of stock photos and meaningless corporate jargon. The phone number was disconnected. The entire organization had, like my fellow participants, vanished into thin air. I was alone with the mystery, and with the $20,000, and with the strange, new, and deeply, and profoundly, and unsettlingly, and strangely, and beautifully, and tragically, and comically, and the new clarity in my own mind. The dreams started that night. They were not dreams in the traditional sense. They were visits. I would find myself in a place that was not a place, a landscape of pure, white, and endless light. And they would be there, Maya, Ben, Chloe, Marcus. They were not ghosts. They were solid. They were real. But they were different. They were calm, serene. Their eyes, which in the real world had been filled with the usual human and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and their eyes were now filled with a deep and profound and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and a placid and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and a peaceful emptiness. They would not speak to me. They would just be. They would be building things. Strange, intricate, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and they would be building things out of pure white light. They were architects of a world that was made of dreams, and I was the only one who could see them. I understood then. The Somnus Protocol was not about enhancing sleep. It was not about unlocking the mind's potential. It was about something else entirely. It was about migration. Dr. Vance had not been lying when he said he was opening a door, but it was not a door to a new level of consciousness. It was a door to a new place, a new dimension, a world that existed on the other side of sleep, a world that was, perhaps, quieter, simpler, more restful. And the others, they had chosen to stay. They had not disappeared. They had emigrated. They had left the messy and chaotic and beautiful and wonderful and finally blessedly real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and they had left this world for a world of pure and endless and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and a world of sleep. And I had been the one who had come back. I was the one who had, for some reason, chosen to wake up. I live my life now in two worlds, the waking world with its noise and its chaos and its beautiful and wonderful, and finally, blessedly real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and its imperfections, and the sleeping world, the world of the endless white and silent light, where my four lost and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and my friends are building their new and quiet and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and their new home. I am a tourist in the land of dreams. I am the last remaining and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and I am the last link to the world they left behind. I do not know if I made the right choice. The quiet and the peace and the profound and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and the serenity of their world is a powerful and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it is a seductive song. But I am a man of data, a man of the observable world, and this world with all its flaws and all its noise and all its beautiful and wonderful and finally blessedly real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and this world is the one I have chosen, and I will live in it for them. I will be their memory. I will be their proof that this messy and beautiful and wonderful and finally, blessedly, real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and this world was once their home, and that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The old hotel, where every guest checks in but never checks out. The sign hung crooked over the two-lane highway, its neon flickering in the rain like a dying pulse. The Granville vacancy, not vacancies, singular vacancy, as if only one room waited, patient, expectant, for the right traveler to stumble in out of the storm. My car coughed its last breath a mile back. Steam hissed from the hood like a warning exhalation. I've been driving for 14 hours straight, chasing a job interview in Pittsburgh that had evaporated by voicemail 3 towns ago. My phone was dead. My wallet held $20 and a half-eaten protein bar, and the rain, cold, relentless April rain, was turning the shoulder into a slick of mud and gravel. I walked. The Granville loomed out of the downpour like a forgotten monument. 5 stories of red brick darkened by decades of soot and neglect. Its once grand facade sagging at the cornices, windows boarded or broken, the porte cochere collapsed in on itself like a fallen ribcage. A wrought iron gate, rust-eaten and twisted, hung open just enough to admit a single person. The lobby doors were unlocked. Inside, the air was thick, not dusty, not stale, but preserved, like stepping into a sealed jar. The scent was old carpet beeswax, and underneath it all, the faint, sweet mold reek of damp plaster and something else. Something floral, cloying, like lilacs left too long in stagnant water. A chandelier hung overhead, crusted with cobwebs, 3 of its bulbs still lit, dim yellow, casting long, trembling shadows across the check-in desk. Behind it sat a man. He hadn't moved when I entered, hadn't looked up. He was ancient, 80s, maybe older, with skin like crumpled rice paper stretched over sharp bone. His hair was silver white, thin as cobweb, combed over a liver-spotted scalp. He wore a faded maroon vest, brass buttons tarnished green, over a white shirt with a frayed collar. His hands rested on the ledger. Before him, long fingers, knuckles swollen with arthritis, nails yellowed and ridged. "Room," I said, my voice rough from disuse and cold. He lifted his head slowly. His eyes were pale blue, almost colorless, like ice over deep water. They didn't blink, not once. "Room 317, he said. His voice was dry, whisper-thin, as if spoken through layers of gauze. "Cash only. $40. One night." I handed him 2 20s. He didn't count them, just slid them into a drawer without looking. He tore a key from a brass ring, old, heavy, stamped 3017, and pushed it across the desk. The key was cold, unnaturally so, like it had been resting on ice. "No checkout time," he said, still not blinking. "The room retains its guest until departure is appropriate." I frowned. What does that mean? A flicker in those pale eyes. Not amusement, not warning. Recognition. "Elevator's out," he said, ignoring my question. "Stairs are to your left. 3rd. Floor. End of the hall." I turned. "Mr. Hale," he added. I stopped. "Yeah?" "My name is Mr. Hale. Should you need assistance?" I nodded, already backing away. The staircase was narrow, carpeted in a once rich burgundy now faded to the color of dried blood. Each step groaned, not the usual creak of old wood, but a low, wet squelch, like stepping on something buried just beneath the surface. The hallway on the 3rd floor stretched into dimness. Wall sconces flickered erratically, casting stuttering light over peeling floral wallpaper. The pattern was roses, but the longer I looked, the more the petals seemed to twist, to curl inward like clenched fists. Some blooms looked disturbingly like eyes. Room 317 was at the very end. The door was solid oak, dark with age. No peephole, no number plate, just a brass keyhole, tarnished black around the edges. I inserted the key. It turned with a sound like a bone snapping. The door opened inward. The room was small, Spartan. A narrow bed with an iron frame, a nightstand with a ceramic lamp, shade-stained yellow, a straight-backed chair, and a small dresser with a mirror clouded at the edges. The window looked out over the hotel's rear courtyard, a tangle of dead hedges and a dry stone fountain choked with weeds. It was clean, too clean, no dust, no fingerprints on the lamp. The sheets were crisp, hospital white, tucked with military precision. I dropped my duffel on the chair. Exhaustion hit me like a physical weight. I sat on the edge of the bed. The mattress didn't give. It was hard, unyielding, like lying on a slab. I lay back, stared at the ceiling. Water stains bloomed there, dark branching patterns like veins or roots or neural pathways. One large stain spread from the center outward, forming a rough asymmetrical circle. At its heart, the plaster was slightly raised, not bulging, just taut, like skin stretched over something pressing up from above. I closed my eyes. Sleep came fast and deep. I woke to the sound of breathing, not mine, slow, wet, rhythmic, right beside the bed. I froze, didn't move a muscle. The breathing continued. Inhale, a long rasping draw like air pulled through wet gravel. Exhale, a low bubbling sigh. I opened my eyes. The room was dark. The streetlight outside cast a weak orange rectangle on the far wall. Next to the bed, where the nightstand stood, a shape waited, taller than a man, thin. Its head brushed the ceiling. It had no features, no face, just a smooth, pale oval where a face should be. But as I watched, the surface rippled. A mouth formed, thin, lipless, opening slowly. No teeth, just darkness inside. It leaned down. Closer, the smell hit me. Lilacs, rotting lilacs, and beneath it, the coppery tang of old blood. Its breath washed over my face, cold, damp, smelling of earth and stagnant water. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, paralyzed, not by fear, though terror screamed in my skull, but by something deeper, a command, a pressure behind my eyes. Do not resist, do not witness, this is not for you. The mouth opened wider, a sound emerged, not a voice, but a chorus of whispers, layered, overlapping, all speaking at once, all saying the same thing. Stay. Then it was gone. I sat bolt upright, gasping. Sweat soaked my shirt. The room was empty. Sunlight, weak, gray, filtered through the grimy window. Morning. I stumbled to the bathroom down the hall. The mirror above the sink was fogged. Not with steam, I hadn't run the water, but with a fine, oily condensation. I wiped it with my sleeve. My reflection stared back, pale, exhausted, and behind my left shoulder, just at the edge of the frame, another face, not mine, a woman, mid-30s, dark hair plastered to her temples, eyes wide, pupils blown black with terror. Her mouth was open in a silent scream. I whirled. The bathroom was empty. I looked back at the mirror. Just me. But on the fogged glass where her face had been, words were forming, slowly, as if written by an invisible fingertip. He knows you saw me. I ran back to 317, packed my duffel in 30 seconds. I needed to leave, now. I yanked open the door. The hallway stretched before me, but it was longer, much longer. The far end, the stairs, were gone, replaced by more hallway, identical, repeating into dimness. Doors lined both sides, all closed, all numbered, but the numbers made no sense. 209, 412, 103, 307, 307, 307. 3 doors down, one stood slightly ajar. Room 318. From within, a low, rhythmic thumping, like a fist, pounding weakly against wood. Thump, thump, thump. I backed into my room, slammed the door, locked it, leaned against it, heart hammering. It's the stress, I told myself. Sleep deprivation, carbon monoxide, old furnace. I needed proof. I pulled out my phone. Dead. Still. But the hotel's landline, ancient rotary on the nightstand, sat silent. I picked up the receiver, a dial tone, faint, warbling. I dialed 911. It rang, once, twice. Then a voice answered. Not a dispatcher, a man, young, terrified. Hello? Hello, is someone there? Please, please. Tell them I'm in 209. Tell them I never checked out. He won't let me. I tried the window, but the glass, it moved. It held me. The line went dead. I dropped the receiver. It dangled, swaying, bumping against the nightstand. Click. The lamp turned on by itself. The bulb glowed, not yellow, but a sickly, pulsing green. In the mirror atop the dresser, my reflection wasn't alone. The woman stood behind me now, closer. Her hand rested on my shoulder. Her fingers were ice. I spun. Nothing but the mirror. The reflection lingered for a second longer, her face contorted in silent agony. before fading. On the mirror's surface, new words appeared, dripping like condensation. Don't trust the stairs. I had to get out. I threw open the door again. The hallway was back to normal length. The stairs waited at the end. I ran down one flight. The wallpaper here was different, striped, not floral. But the stripes weren't vertical. They curved, subtly, like the inside of a throat. Second floor, a door stood open, room 209. I slowed, peered in, empty, bed stripped, dresser bare. But the carpet, dark stains radiated from the center of the room in perfect concentric circles, like something had bled outward. A lot. And on the wall above the bed, scrawled in what looked like charcoal or dried blood, 3 words: I still wait. I fled down to the first floor. The lobby was empty. Mr. Hale was gone. The ledger lay open on the desk. I approached. The page was filled, not with names, but with dates. April 3rd, 1952, October 17th, 1968, March 9th, 1977, November 2nd, 1984, July 14th, 1991, August 31st, 2003, September 5, 2010 hours, April 12th, 2020, today's date. At the bottom of the page, in fresh, wet ink, Jacob Miller, room 311. My name. I hadn't given it to him. I backed away, toward the front doors. They were locked, not just locked, sealed. The wood around the frame was swollen, dark, glistening, faintly, like wet meat. I pounded on the glass. Hey, anyone, let me out! My reflection stared back, and behind me, in the lobby's shadows, figures stood. A man in a business suit, tie askew, one eye swollen shut. A teenage boy clutching a basketball, his neck bent at an impossible angle. The woman from the mirror, her mouth still open in that silent scream. They didn't move, just watched. Waiting. I turned. Mr. Hale stood at the foot of the stairs. He held a brass key ring. Every key on it was identical. Everyone stamped 311 Hall. Departure is not yet appropriate, he whispered. I ran for the service door, marked employees only, near the front desk. It opened easily. A narrow corridor, dark, smelling of mildew and bleach. At the end, a door with a crash bar. I slammed my shoulder into it. It gave. Cold air hit my face. I stumbled out into the hotel's courtyard. The dead hedges, the dry fountain, but the gate to the street, gone, replaced by more hedges, taller, thicker, twisted into an impenetrable wall. The fountain wasn't dry. Water, thick, dark, smelling of iron, bubbled sluggishly in its basin, and floating in it, a key, brass, stamped 311. I didn't want it, but my hand reached out, pulled it from the water. It was warm, pulsing, like a heart. I looked up. Every window on the hotel's rear facade was open. Everyone held a face, watching me, waiting. The woman in 3117's window mouthed 2 words. Come home. I turned back to the service door. It was gone. Only brick wall now, smooth, seamless, no handle, no seam. Just the words, etched into the mortar in that same looping script. You are already in. Panic, raw and primal, tore through me. I ran to the nearest ground floor window, room 101. Peered in. Empty, bed made, but the closet door stood open. Inside, shoes, dozens of them, men's, women's, children's, all sizes, all caked in dried mud, and beside them, suitcases, packed, zipped, labels visible, E, Voss, D, Alden, M, Henderson, J, Miller, my name. I stumbled back. The courtyard was shrinking, the hedges pressed inward, branches clicking like insect legs. The fountain's water rose, bubbling higher, darker, filling with shapes. Hands. Pale, bloated hands, reaching up, grasping. I ran for the back of the property, where the old garage should be. Found it. The door hung open. Inside, not cars, beds, dozens of narrow cots arranged in rows, all occupied. People lay on them, men, women, young, old, eyes open, staring at the ceiling, not breathing, not moving, but their chests rose and fell, slowly, rhythmically. Thump, thump, thump. Not hearts. The floor beneath each cot pulsed, like something massive breathed below the foundation. I backed out. Rain had stopped. The sky was bruised purple. Night falling fast. I had one idea left. The roof. Fire escape. I found the rusted iron stairs bolted to the side of the building, climbed, 3rd floor. My window, 317, glowed with that sickly green light. I didn't look. 4th floor, windows dark. 5th floor. The access door to the roof hung ajar. I pushed it open. The roof was flat, gravel strewn. Wind whipped my hair. The town lights glittered in the distance. Freedom, maybe 2 miles away. I could run. Jump to the next building? The drop was 20 feet. Risky, but better than a sound behind me. I turned. Mr. Hale stood at the roof access. He wasn't alone. The woman, Eleanor, stood beside him. Her skin was gray. Her eyes were open, but white, clouded. She held a suitcase. It was mine. "Departure requires completion," Mr. Hale said, his voice carrying unnaturally in the wind. "Completion of what?" I screamed. Eleanor stepped forward. She opened the suitcase. Not my clothes inside, just paper, hundreds of sheets, all filled with the same phrase, written in frantic overlapping hands. "I want to leave." And beneath them, blank pages, waiting. She held out a pen. It was bone, sharp at one end. "Sign," she whispered, her voice a chorus of dry leaves scraping stone. "Sign, and you may go." My hand moved, not by choice, drawn by the pen, by the blank page, by the need, sudden, overwhelming, to put my name to something, to confirm my presence, to be acknowledged. I took the pen, touched it to the paper. The moment the point met the page, the roof shuddered. A deep, groaning vibration rose through the gravel. The hotel inhaled. Windows flared green. Every door on every floor slammed open at once. And from within, the sound, not scratching, not whispering, singing. A low, wordless drone, hundreds of voices harmonizing in a key that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. The pen bit into my finger, blood welled, dripped onto the page. The blood didn't soak in. It moved, crawled across the paper, formed letters, not my name. Welcome home. The pen twisted in my grip, wrenched my hand down, forced my fingers toward my own eye. I fought, muscles screaming, but the hotel song filled my skull, drowning thought, drowning will. Stay, stay, stay. The pen's point touched my eyelid, cold, sharp. I heard the membrane tear, felt the wet slide inward, not pain. Relief, a release of pressure, a door opening. Inside my head, light, not white, green, pulsing, and behind the light, them, the guests, not trapped, integrated. Their faces swam in the green glow. Eleanor, the businessman, the boy, dozens more, smiling now, peaceful, waiting for me to join the chorus. The pen withdrew. My vision in that eye was gone, replaced by the green light. But with the other, I saw the roof. Mr. Hale and Eleanor were gone. The access door stood open. Wind howled. I walked to the edge, looked down. The courtyard was full now. Hundreds of figures stood shoulder to shoulder, facing the hotel, all looking up, all staring at me, all smiling. The green light in my ruined eye pulsed brighter, stronger, sinking with the thumping in the floor, sinking with the song. My mouth opened without my consent, and I began to sing, the same note the same wordless drone. Down below, the crowd's smile widened. They knew it was done. I wasn't leaving. I was checking in. Permanently. The wind died. The town lights flickered out. Only the hotel remained, glowing green from every window, every crack, every seam. A beacon, a lighthouse for the lost, for the desperate, for the ones who just need a place to rest. I turned from the edge, walked back to the access door, descended the stairs. The hallway on the third floor was clean, bright, fresh paint, floral wallpaper, roses, whole and perfect. Room 317's door stood open. The bed was made. The suitcase sat on the chair, zipped, waiting. The key rested on the nightstand. I picked it up. Cold, familiar. I slipped it into my pocket, walked to the window, looked out. The courtyard was empty. The gate stood open. A car idled at the curb, a beat-up sedan, steam rising from its hood. A young man stepped out, shoulders slumped, face pale with exhaustion. He looked up, right at my window. Our eyes met. I raised my hand, not in warning, in welcome. I smiled, and mouthed the words Mr. Hale had taught me. Vacancy. He hesitated, then walked toward the gate, toward the door, toward me. I turned from the window. The green light in my eye pulsed warmly. The song hummed in my chest. The room waited, patient, expectant, ready for its next guest. I sat on the edge of the bed. The mattress gave slightly, just enough. I closed my good eye, listened to the breathing start beside me, slow, wet, rhythmic. Stay, it whispered, and this time I whispered back, yes,